We are live. Let me post this. Okay. Everything looks set up. So, few cool things happened. This hyperparameter sweep. I don't know what all of these ones are. I don't know why there's so many that are this exact reward. This is kind of odd. But it looks like even over this huge number of runs. Actually, let me refresh this. I think they're more than this. No, that's right. Even over this huge number of runs, it's kept getting better and better over time, which is really cool to see from Carbs. And it's picked some weird stuff as well, which is interesting. But we'll mostly let that run in the background, and I have one other thing running in the background as well. And we're going to do some MOBA dev today. I think it's going to start off with some pretty easy stuff. We're going to clean up the project a little bit. Really would like to have this in a state where it's relatively feasible to add stuff to it. Code's a mess. I'm going to start with that. I'm going to change the data structures out a little bit, and then we're going to see from there. There's a little bit of UI stuff to add, a little bit of data structure stuff to add. We want to add like cooldowns to abilities and stuff like that. Probably going to have to change up the numerics of stuff. We're going to have to reformat stuff so that the environment is easier to reset. And we might do leveling or something like that already. I don't know. Would be really cool if we already had like something that the agents could technically learn to play. And then of course we'll have to add major elements. So we have a dock here somewhere, right? Yeah, so we have this. We don't have this. We have this. We've got the lanes, we've got the towers, we don't have the objective yet. We need the minions and maybe neutrals. We don't have multiple heroes. So yeah, there's still some things we need to do here. Let's just start coding on stuff. Really exhausted today. I did a 9.5 mile run this morning and then some lifts. Program's kicking my ass, but we're still here doing dev, and I think I can still get some good progress in on this today because project's in a decent spot. So first thing I want to do is just look at what a mess we have with all of this code here. This is the C environment. We have some attributes, agents, creeps, towers, vision, speed. This is fine. Grid and observations. I think until we mess with data structures, these are all mostly fine. This here should not be done on init. This should be part of reset, I would say. Or actually, maybe we make... Do we make the objects on init? No, this can all just go into reset, right? Yeah, so let's get rid of these creeps. All this will go into reset. Unfortunately, this is an environment that has to be resettable, right? There's no way around this environment needing resets. So, okay. Top, bottom, lots of stuff. We don't actually need any of these because the borders are handled by the game map, so we can get rid of this. We're going to just need to have tower. A little bit obnoxious how I have to write all this stuff out like this. But it is kind of hard-coded, like the way that this is. We could potentially do, like, make T3. We could, like, make some functions for these. Yeah. But for now, let's just get stuff into the right functions, at least. So, this move to function here is... it's kind of gross. Because mostly this team check is obnoxious. Oh man, there's just so much stuff here that needs to be messed with. I'm actually looking at this. I think that the best way to clean this up is going to be able to just going to be to change the struct type, right? All right, time to pay the piper and do some refactor. So I thought about this a little bit, and I do think that the easiest way to do this is going to just be to have one entity type. It would be nice to have subtypes or something, but really, like, the easiest thing to do is just going to be to change this to entity. Oops. It's not going to need to have PID if we design it correctly. Yeah, it shouldn't need to have PID if we design it correctly. It's team, health, max health, YX, spawn X, spawn Y. It needs float damage. Now we can get rid of this, and now we can do entity D type. And then this actually kills all of these. And this is now just entities. Entities. Hey man, subbed from your thesis defense video, amazing stuff. I assume you were successful. Keep on making expressive stuff. Yes, thank you very much. I graduated a couple months ago. I'm now working on making reinforcement learning a usable and consistent field. Doing a lot of high perf engineering, doing environment dev, doing simulation dev, doing like surrounding infrastructure with environment compatibility and hyperparameters. Just generally trying to make this a place where we can continue making progress and fixing the last decade's worth of RL hygiene problems. So that's what's going on here. Is just been streaming live dev on a lot of the little things I've been working on. Here's one cool thing, since I do have a couple GIFs around. They're all on my Twitter, but we made this a couple weeks ago. This is Snake with 4096 snakes that runs at 14 million steps single core, so 14 million snake steps per second single core, and trains at 1 million steps per second. We also have other fun particle sims like this from this past week. Yeah, there's lots of cool stuff around here. Oh yeah, and then this is the project I'm working on right now. We're making a little mini MOBA. This is day 3 of MOBA dev, so brand new project. Yep. Just cleaning up this code for now. So this is going to be entity, player obs, and then this is entity, entities. Get rid of creeps, get rid of towers. Oh, hey Technium. Yeah, I've seen your stuff on X. Welcome to the stream. In which we see whether it is actually easy to make a MOBA and I can just do it in like a week, or if it ends up being hard. We will find out. The data structures for this are kind of hard because, like, I'm not just thinking about how I want to design this for the MOBA. I'm also thinking about doing this in a way that's convenient for reinforcement learning. So, like, maybe if I were trying to keep the code different, or keep the code more for games, I wouldn't do this. But given that I'm doing this for RL, like, it's actually really nice to have everything be the same entity type. So that's what I'm currently doing. But yeah, I basically just wrote 500 lines of garbage code over the last 2 days, and I need to pay the piper a little bit next hour or so on this. And then hopefully we can start, maybe do Creep AI today. You know, I've been putting Creep AI off because it's kind of hard, but maybe that would be a fun thing to tackle today. That would give me something concrete to aim for. That actually sounds kind of fun now that I think about it. Don't need this. Okay, get player. Yay, Creep AI. I'm going to try. The Creep AI is actually going to be kind of hard. Like, if you actually... The Creep AI in, like, League and Dota is kind of sophisticated, actually, if you think about it. Or maybe at the very least, it's difficult to implement very efficiently. Get player. This is get entity. I figured I'd just start with this while I mean, it was either start go live and start streaming this refactor, or wait for like an hour for my brain to actually wake up. I've been up since 6, but the run this morning just kicked my ass. A lot of this stuff is definitely way over my head at the moment. Well, I'm truly a brave newbie, but yeah, your videos make this stuff far more accessible, so yeah, thanks. Go look at the snake code. If you want to like dip your toes into like ultra high perf RL sim, the snake code is in the dev branch of Pufferlib. It's like environments, ocean, snake. That's the path. It's 450 lines. It's like 220 lines of Python and then 220 line Python wrapper, and it's all the tech that's behind all of this stuff. I mean, there's a bunch of other stuff in Puffer, right? I've been doing hyperparam sweep stuff. Oh yeah, this is, since I see we have a couple people on this, I'll show this. Let me show this result I got today. So this is a hyperparameter sweep with the new carbs integration in Puffer. This is Imbue AI's carbs hyperparameter tuning algorithm. And this is 182 runs, each run of which is at least 500 million steps. So, you know, this is at least 90 billion steps worth of data. And it's still getting better as of last night, at least, or early this morning. And we'll see if it keeps, you know, if it discovers anything else. I'm going to let this continue to run. So yeah, things are looking up for reinforcement learning if we can just auto-solve environments like this. I have no idea what this policy is going to look like, but this is twice the reward of the best policy I was able to train beforehand. Okay, so to compute observations, we need... So this is entity player, entity target, and then target ob. Get entity. What did I try to do here? I tried to set the PID to -1, right? On the buffers. I mean, I see why I did it this way, but that's kind of bad, right? So this is essentially leaving around garbage data in the observations. Oh, what we can do, can't we just set the whole thing to be 0? I think I can, right? If I just do, at the top of compute observations, if I just do, was it self.player obs 0, and it's a little awkward. Yeah, it's a little awkward because the player ID needs to be -1. Well, we'll leave it like this for now. It'd be really nice if I didn't have to number them from 0, but is there any way I can not number them from 0? Well, if I'm doing get player, maybe I can number them from 1. Right? So I'm basically always going to be getting players with a get player function. Reason for having the getter is it prevents you from screwing up pointers. There's a really easy way to screw up and copy the data by mistake. Do a deep copy of the data here. So if instead, yeah, what I'd like to have happen is I'd like the indicator of there's no player here to be player ID equal to 1 instead of 0. No, other way around. So it's 0 instead of -1. Maybe I'll do that. So self.playerObs -1. If I do like this, right, and I number them from -1, then this equal to 0. This will also set the PIDs to 0, so I can delete this, which is very nice. And if I say get entity, is it -1 like this? PID -1. Well, this loop is going to be slightly obnoxious is the one thing, because okay, so I need to change some stuff here, I think. This is what I get for writing 500 lines of garbage code, right? So this has got to be PID, and then it's 1 num agents plus 1. Get entity of PID. Ooh, but then you have observations like this. The slicing gets worse. Shoot. Yeah, having PID index 1 indexed is going to be awkward as well. They're both awkward, actually. That's really obnoxious. I'll leave it as -1. I've done this in projects before. Yeah, I wanted to be able to save that little bit of annoyance, but there's not really an easy way to do that. Okay. Is there a way at least I can set all of them at the same time? I don't think so. So we'll just set it at the top here. Okay, so you get the player here. Now we set the observations to be this grid thing. And then what is all this mess down here? Holy. Ah, right. So this is the targeting stuff. So this is up here, you're seeing what is nearby on the grid, and you're putting this into observations. And this giant mess of code here is checking all of the tiles and extracting data from those. So go through this vision range. It's really gross code, isn't it? And so hard to refactor stuff like this. Because I see why I did it, but it's just gross. So get player ob. The one nice thing about this is I no longer have to do these checks because I changed the type to entity. So I can I have a generic entity type that has the same data. So I can do this. That's slightly better. But this is still really gross. Let's come back to this and clean up some other stuff. How's our spawn function work? Do we use this function? No, we don't use this. This is dead code from a previous project that I used as starter code. Okay, so now we get to the reset function. This is going to be an entity star player, and we're going to get entity star. Do we need tower? Yeah, we do need entity star tower. Okay. And then let's just write them out one per line. Int y, x. So we get player I. Set the PID, the health, the max health, all that. If I is less than num agents over 2. Okay, so this is manually positioning players. And then I add them to the PID map. I don't add them to the grid, though. I don't think we should be manually touching the PID map here. I think we should be using the move to function, right? Yeah, this one here. So self.move to. We're going to move the PID, which is I, and we're going to move it to spawn Y, right? Player.spawn X. And then this will take care of all of this, including the grid and the PID map. We want to be touching The idea here is that we have these underlying data structures in this environment. We have like these 2D maps that tell you, they give you the player ID at a specific location, which makes it very efficient to look up what players are nearby you, right? You don't have to go through all the players, you just have to go through the nearby set of tiles and look for PIDs that are put into that data structure. But the downside to this is now you have to maintain all these data structures in sync. And like if you, let's say you move a player, but you forget to move their player ID, which is in one of these data structures, now stuff gets desynced. So in order to avoid that, what we want to do is we want to like only put that information in the move function and maybe a few other limited areas so that we limit the surface of places where we can make errors here, particularly when I'm half asleep. That would be good. And do I do tower.move too? I guess you do tower.move too, right? Self.move too. Where's the PID on this? This is I think I want I think I want PID. Because I'm going to reuse this variable. PID. Yeah, and now this is PID. 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 And we're going to move PID. Yeah, that's cleaner. And then it's going to allow us to do PID plus equals 1. This. Technically, this would be a good spot to just use some Python lists for these variables. I don't know. What do we set? We set team health, max health, damage. Meh. Maybe I can make a spawn tower function. Tower. And PID. Tier. Int y and x. Something like this. So cdef tower equals get tower of PID. And then you do tower.team. And you move it to y and x. Yeah, that's good. And we'll just put some conditionals here. If tier is 0, tier is 1, tier is 2. Well, it's tier 1, 2, or 3, right? So you have your tier 1, your 2, 2, 2, 3. Else, invalid tier. All right, so this will clean it up, and this will save us a bunch of annoying lines here. So all we do is tower, or what, self.spawn tower. What did this give me? 0, 0, 1, 4. PID team yx. So this is the only difference is I need this PID to be PID plus 1, I think. Yeah. So this is PID plus 1. Spawn tower, PID plus 2. And we give it, what's this, 1, 2? No, this is the tier. It's a tier 1, 7455. Plus 3. So they're your tier 1s. This is now a tier 2. So we put the tier 2 in. Did this just make up a random position that makes no sense? Hold on, did it do it before? No, 104.96. So we just have to be careful checking the suggestions from this thing. Yeah, this is good. 85.46, tier 2, very good. 106.66, tier 2. Hey, Linky. Didn't see you yesterday. Welcome. We're doing MOBAs. I don't know if you saw this yesterday, but this is what we got in 2 days. You can move the puffer around with the mouse, and you can attack stuff. Yeah, you can attack stuff. You have a couple skills. Pretty basic, but nice little MOBA demo. Now I'm cleaning up the code, and then we're probably going to do Creep AI today. Okay, this is the first tier 3, right? Yeah, this is the first tier. This is the tier 3 now. Tier 3. Okay. Had to watch the VOD I missed yesterday. Looking forward to that. I hope you're not watching these just massive rambling dev VODs. Literally just me sitting down working all day. I do wish I were putting longer hours in, but the running is just kicking my ass. What else is there to do at work? Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I know your work. So now I think what we do is it's going to be easier to just write this out, isn't it? So I'm going to hope that Super Maven gets this for me, because it's going to be team 1, and then you do 128 minus 128 minus. How fast do you run when you run 10 miles plus? I'm incredibly slow. I think it was like 12.5 minutes or something today, which is even slower than normal. Hold on. But the thing is, it's not flat. It's also not flat. I've done... Where is it? Yeah, so this is 1,100 feet elevation gain. Where's this? Okay, it is... Well, I think this is adjusted pace or something, right? Wait. There's a... 11... No, it says 11:58. That might not be including walking time. I don't know. I'd have to check. But anyways... Yeah, this is... You can see that there are like sections where I've like had to walk or whatever that are really slow. And then the running sections are a little bit better. I'm pretty chunky for running though as well. I currently weigh I weigh like 180 now, so chunky. I think this is what we want, right? This is what I was hoping Super Maven would do. Yep. Perfect. Oops. So we just spawn the towers like this, right? We can get rid of all this garbage. That's a little nicer. We're already down like 100 lines of code. Now we have move 2. Averaging like 13 or 14-minute miles for long distances. Yeah, the long distances are rough. The last marathon I did was I think 4:47 or something. So I got sub 5. I forget what the pace is on that. I think it's like close to 11 flat or something. I don't know. I've got some somewhat better short distance times. Get player. So these are fine. And I guess that I do want to have the grid be like this, right? Let's do int agent type. And then I'd want to do agent type is agent 1, agent 2, agent type. I don't know, that's just cleaner to me. And we can now put this down here. So we have the grid adjustment, we've got the pit adjustment. Yeah, that's better. So this is update on grid, update on pid map, update player position. And then we've got the check to make sure that you're not moving into something that is obstacle. Respawn is also pretty basic. It just heals you as well. Hold on, let me turn the AC off. Okay, so this one here, this is where we have to start adding entity type, I believe, right? Yeah, this is where we have to start adding entity type. So let's add int entity. I don't think you can can you do type, or is it gonna, oh, you can totally do a type. Okay. And then we'll just do what, like int entity player 0, entity creep, entity tower, right? And then when you spawn the player, type to do figure out how to copy all. So here what we do is we set the player.type. Player.type is going to be entity player. And then when you do spawn tower, Jeez. Oh, man. When we do spawn tower, we also have to do, was it tower.type? Is entity tower. Okay, so now it's easy because when we go to attack stuff, we don't have this really awkward check against the PID. In fact, we don't even have to do any check at all just yet, because all we do is we just check if target.team, because they all have team, is not equal to player team, right? Then you're going to subtract damage. So this is okay, and then we do if target.health and it's a player, then we respawn the PID. And the nice thing is we do have to actually do one thing for the tower. So def void kill. We need to do, no, not this. It's, you don't need the entity. We need self.grid. No, we do need that. Okay, so we need the entity. cdef. Then we do y, x, y, and then what we do is we do self.grid is empty, and then self.pidmap is -1. Okay. And I'm going to put this kill function, perfect, right next to the move function. I really just want to avoid having to do manual grid and PID manipulation. So this is if target type is entity player, else if it's a tower, you kill it. And it's nested, right? It's fairly nested, but it's simple, right? And actually, we can make this even easier because we can do if it's equal to the team, then we return, right? Because we don't need to do anything. And then we can actually just continue this pattern, right? We can do if target health is greater than 0, return. Okay. Boom. That's quite nice. Leave it like this. So we just unnested this entire thing by, since it's in the attack function, this is all it has to do. We can just do these early returns. And now we have this whole function flat. This is much, much better code. I guess. You could technically argue the nesting is also kind of fine. It's actually been bothering me less and less lately. Just having super nested stuff. Meh. This isn't bad either, though. I like the idea of putting the PID up top before the CDEFs because you don't have to check anything, right? If you don't have to like waste any allocations. This we don't need. So actually, because we made this entity thing, we can simplify. We no longer care what the type of the target is. We simply do target self.get entity of the target PID. And then we get, the target is going to be get y and x. And then we go in the vicinity of y and x. Target PID is PID map. Why did you switch to using entities? If you see how much simpler it's made the code, you'd get it. We've basically, there are lots and lots of times in the code where we don't necessarily care what type of entity a thing is. We just care that it is an entity in the game, and that can be resolved later. So like attack, for instance, right? I would have to make different attacks for entities, like for towers and for creeps and for everything, even though they're all essentially the same code because it's strongly typed, and we don't have like union types or whatever like that. So what I do is by having an entity type, you can check stuff like the PID and the position, and then if you actually really need to know what you're dealing with, you can just check entity.type, like I do here, target.type, and it's just this little tiny block of code. Also, this is better for reinforcement learning because it's going to allow us to put all of the entity data in one big flat buffer, which is going to make the network forward calls way easier to parallelize. So it works for multiple different reasons here. If I were building a full-scale game, I probably wouldn't do this. But for a project of this scope, it's very, very nice. And also, I don't build full-scale games. I build small and mid-sized projects, so this is perfect. Okay. And look how nicely this works, right? We don't need to know anything about what we're attacking until inside of the attack function. We get right here. We don't have to do any branching logic. It works very nicely. This would kind of be the same as if you're looking at like object-oriented, right, design. This would be like having a base entity class and having like subclasses for player and other stuff, and then having the function take an entity instead of like a specific player, and using like an interface. But we can also just bypass all that shenanigans and do it this way, and it's the same thing. So, yeah, it's fun. It's kind of funny how you get the exact same patterns of development in like, well, this is essentially C, um, and it sometimes ends up just being simpler. Like, yeah, there's been so much progress made, but not really. We just C is simple, and Python is convenient C. Tower. Okay, so we potentially still need we potentially still need these get functions though to give us the offsets, right? Yeah. So we'll do get tower. Towers get tower. If the tower is dead, we continue. Otherwise, we go through the tower's vision range. We do if PID -1, continue. And then we do target is going to be you get entity. If target type is entity tower, or not equal to entity player, rather. No, wait, it's entity tower. So if the tower sees another tower, continue. Okay, now we know we're targeting a player, right? Target.team is tower team. You continue. And we do attack, right? Attack, PID, target, damage. Cleaner. Are there any videos on getting started with using neural MMO? I mean, my thesis is a good outline of everything that is there in the platform. There's the Discord and stuff where you can ask questions. It's integrated with Pufferlib, which is nice. It should work with Puffer 1.0, so you should just be able to run it from there. And we do have more neural MMO stuff coming out as well. So I'm not fully done with the project. There's one additional thing I have planned for neural MMO that should be done very soon. I would start playing around with it in Puffer 1.0 for now, though. That's the easiest way to do it. Thank you. There's going to be a lot more RL from me now that I've graduated, because basically all the time that I would have spent on like academic stuff, papers, experiments for the purpose of papers, thinking about that stuff. It's all going into building good RL and good RL tools now. So things are happening quickly. And I'm having a much better time of it. Recently finished my master's and looking for another project. There's so much cool stuff in and around RL these days. Obviously, everything around Puffer is open source. We welcome contributors if you have like specific environments you want to make and add, or like just add bindings for. If you have ideas for experiments on stuff, yeah, there's a lot in and around this area that is that's available. Solving NetHack is definitely something I want to see. It's very, very hard. I did make it very fast, though. I did make NetHack very fast. You can now run NetHack vectorized at close to 100,000 steps per second with Puffer. Actually, this is a really nice demo of Puffer's capabilities, so let me just show you how important Puffer is for something like NetHack. Right? By the way, this paper got rejected from NeurIPS and from RLC. So we'll just see how ridiculous that is when you see this table. So, okay, here's NetHack. NetHack, mini hack. If you vectorize with Gymnasium, it runs 7,000 steps per second. If you vectorize with SP3, it runs 6,000 steps per second. If you vectorize with Pufferlib, it runs 96,000 steps per second. That seems rather useful, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not going to the conference this year, at least I've got no plans to. The first reviewer that rejected the first review on my paper was by an LLM that fabricated typos that were not in my paper. So it just basically said, hey, look, this sloppy paper, look at all these typos. Typos were not in the paper, it was made up by an LLM, and that was not good enough for a second look at the paper, apparently. That was not a sufficient reason. So I'm done with academia. Dumb game. You got the same thing on one of your reviews about a confabulated typo? It was probably the same guy. And I sent RLC like 4 emails asking that, okay, if you're not going to, overturn this, which you really should, but if you're not going to overturn this, can you at least offer some guarantee that you're going to, you should contact the university of this reviewer. If it's some dumb grad student who just signed up to review, they should be expelled for this. If I did that at MIT, if I just, submitted fabricated reviews within a language model, I would expect to be expelled. That's sabotaging somebody's work. But no, they won't tell me anything. So, completely disappointed with the way that they handled that. I was really, really rooting for RLC, and I know Eugene. Eugene's awesome. There are a lot of good people trying to make it work, but if there's this type of bureaucracy is going to be involved, then I throw up my hands. I can't do anything. And I'm not going to spend my time and money to go to a conference where I don't even get to present my poster. Right? Not going to go across the country just to show up and not be able to get my work out there. Poster sessions are usually really, really good for me. I'm pretty loud. So the Neural MMO one last year at NeurIPS, we handed out, in 3 hours, we handed out 400 promo cards for Neural MMO and talked to at least that many people. Probably, probably more, five or 600. These attacks are fine. It's really cool to see the support on the stream here. What are your plans now? These are my plans now. I'm working full time on Puffer. Puffer is technically a company, although all of our stuff is free and open source. It has no revenue or anything at the moment. But my goal is to just fix reinforcement learning first. And hopefully if some companies start using it, they'll want support contracts and other things that will let me, fund the thing, bootstrap it that way. But for the time being, I'm really just focused on how do I make RL actually work. That's been my whole thing. It's been going very, very well. The growth has been absolutely nuts. Here, this is when I started working on Puffer full time. Right here. I've been slacking in the last few days. I got to keep promoting it. Go ahead and star this. It helps me out a whole ton. Good shot of accomplishing that? Yeah, thank you. I'd hope so. RL's such a mess right now. It really just needs to be. It needs to be fixed, and it's a doable thing. It's very doable. Simulators like this are going to help a lot because you're going to be able to run your experiments 100 to 1,000 times faster than previously. This is pretty good. Discretize here. Discretization is fine. Exactly what I've been looking for. Hey, I hope it's helpful, and you know, I'm not making any money off of this at the moment, so I'm not paying anybody for this yet. But my hope is that once Puffer at least gets some reasonable revenue, and I'm not taking VC funding for it, by the way, that just gives me more problems than it solves. But once Puffer hopefully gets some revenue, I'd like to be posting some substantial open source bounties around this stuff for folks. But, you know, that's going to have to wait until this actually gets off the ground. Already put a fair bit of cash into the Puffer cluster. I do sponsor. Okay, there is one thing that I do sponsor at the moment. Thanks for the star, appreciate it. Helps me a whole ton. I do sponsor compute for stuff. Now, most of this is currently going to Pokemon, which is the main open source project that I'm sponsoring at the moment. I think these 5 boxes are all in Pokemon. But for people who stick around and are doing good work and just want like a little bit of extra compute to do stuff with, I do grant access to the Puffer cluster for that. It's only 8 really good boxes for now. My hope is this is like there's a whole post on it. It's like this is a $35,000 cluster. My hope is that once Puffer gets some revenue, I can build this out to like a $200,000 cluster or something, which would give me enough machines to actually power a substantial number of open source projects. But that's going to have to wait a little longer. There's a whole teardown on this as well. I set all this up myself. Linky's one of our contributors on Pokemon. He's been doing awesome stuff over there. Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of which, somebody on that project asked me for a reference number. Okay. Had to do something for that guy. This looks good. So we've got movement, got velocity. I think this is way cleaner already. Well, obviously, there's some more to do here. Let's see if I can see any optimizations. So this is power attacks. And then this is, oops, players. This should not be agent IDX. I think that this should be PID, right? PID. Yeah, shorter, more correct. We've got target PID. This is agent IDX of PID. PID. Not bad. What else is there to fix in here? We also don't need... Oh, this is tower IDX, because this is not a PID. Right? That's really an index. We got the skill attack. This is good. We have the attack function looks way better. Respawn looks way better. Kill looks way better. Move 2 is good. The init is a little sketchy, but it's going to be hard-coded mostly anyways because, well, it's going to mostly end up having to be hard-coded regardless, right? Because the positions are hard-coded for now. This will get better in the future. Spawn tower function is fine. This should be a CDEF. CDEF void. We don't need this tower Y and tower X because that's what move 2 does. Saves us a little bit. And really the only thing that's still kind of gross is this compute observations function up here, right? Oh, we also typoed this. Entity. Tower. This is an IDX, not a PID. And this is actually plus num agents, not minus. So this function right here. This function is incredibly important. So for reference, when you design a sim like this function here is usually like at least half, if not 80% of the compute. Because if you think about it, pretty much the whole rest of the logic, it isn't doing very much, right? Like you're checking a few conditions, you're maybe incrementing or decrementing some variables, but you're not really doing any big data copies or anything, right? And for the most part, there aren't even any huge loops. Like the actual amount of processing that an agent has to do every step is very, very small. That is the trick to having really good sims, is having stuff that is interesting but doesn't need to do a lot of compute per agent step. Now, the one exception is it's always difficult to compute observations because you need to copy the data for the observations into whatever buffer it is per agent. There's no way to do it as a simple slice. There's always at least a copy, and if you're doing anything non-trivial like we're doing here, we have some data that needs to be moved around usually and computed dynamically. So in this case, we have a simple slice right here. This is telling us just like the obstacle map. This is like a low dimensional map that just says where are the walls that you're going to run into and stuff like that. And then we have this here, which is computing a set of like the 10 nearest agents to the current one. So this needs to be fast. This is what decides whether this environment runs 100,000 steps per second or 10 million steps per second, is how simple we can make the computation of observations. In particular, I do not like this. I think I can actually do... What's this get player ob? There's going to be some shenanigans I can do to do this in one step. I don't know how to do it right now. Can I at least clean up the loops? Well, this is redundant. This check here is redundant. This check here is good. I actually think it would be better down here. It is both cleaner and slightly faster because we break out of the loop early. This was not actually redundant. I'm dumb. That's quite obnoxious. Needing to have these two separate checks. Well, wait. No, you need two separate checks. That sucks. I can put it at the bottom, right? Yeah, I can put it at the bottom like this. At least then you have your break and break like that. Okay. Well, it's not perfect, but I think that this is way better than it was before. We'll fix some bugs, and we'll see how this goes from here. It's at least 100 lines shorter than before. Target PID. We just have to add some... Oops, no, wait. We had... Target PID was defined. Entity star target. Target.pid. Let's look for player. Right here. So this is entity. Player. Okay. Maybe we have more errors up here that we can fix first. Oof, so many errors. Well, we have some stuff to fix. Entity cannot convert entity star to Python object is very weird. Entity star get player. Cdef struct entity. Maybe if I change this to be a longer term, we can get the start of the error message. Okay, so we do have some tower stuff left in here. This is entity. Self.num agents is players.shape. Right, there is no players, it's just entities. Which we don't know this anymore. We need to pass this information. This is now has to be like, shoot, there's a lot of stuff. Int num agents, num creeps, num towers. Probably something like this. Num agents, num creeps, num towers. Cannot take the address of a Python object. Okay, so we forgot to assign right here. This is lowercase e entities. That's probably where most of the bugs are coming from. Clear. Well, according to this, there's still a lot of bugs. So there's no self.towers, right? So let's go fix that. This is self.entities, not towers. Cannot convert long to memory view slice. Okay, so this is how to zero data. We have to figure out how to zero all this data. And then 121. So this really should be a PID right here. This is a PID. And now we need target PID. Target PID is going to be, okay. Target is get player, target PID. Target PID, PID IDX. Good. Okay, so from here, making progress. Cannot convert entity star to Python object. That's very weird. Get player ob. Did I define this function weirdly? There's player obs. I do have a player obs defined here. Do I have it defined up here? I do. I have this entity map player obs is set here and is defined up there. Okay, so I don't know why that is. And when you get player target PID, it's the same thing over and over, right? Entity. Well, this one's easy. PID. These are like all the same error. Let me clear. Get one more of this. Cannot convert entity star to Python object. It's very weird. What did I mess up? No self-dot players anywhere. Okay, I thought that there might be like a built-in entity or something, but no. No built-in entity. I got the struct entity. So weird that this... The target PID is defined, right? Yeah, it's an int. So it's target.pid. And target is get player ob. Player ob, which is a fully typed thing that returns an entity star, which is from player obs. And player obs is defined here as a 2D entity map. Cannot convert struct pointer. Let me just Google it. Pass some Python data structures to C code that expects pointers. Well, first of all, I don't think I am trying to pass them to Python. Is it because of the Is it because of these extras that I have up here? I'm actually wondering if this is screwing me. I don't think so, because This wouldn't make sense to me for this to affect anything. Yeah, no, it's not these. So we'll leave these on because these are helpful. Entity star player. Why does it say cannot convert to Python object? It shouldn't have to convert to a Python object. That's like just so incredibly obnoxious. I think I had seen your doctoral defense video where you had the RL-based MMO. Would that be you? Yep, that is me. Welcome. We're now building new projects live. Or at the moment, being stuck on arcane Scython bugs. RL must be exorcised. I'm trying to see if there are any clues in here. This is a fun one to debug. I feel your pain. Oh, I've done way worse. I've done way worse than this. Very nice presentation. Gave me some good pointers in my research. How's life after PhD? Still stuck on Scython? I actually love Scython. Scython is awesome. Scython has let me do so much amazing stuff. If you haven't seen my more recent stuff, we built this in a week. It's 200 some odd lines of Scython and 200 some odd lines of Python. It's Snake with 4096 snakes that runs at 14 million steps per second on one core, one CPU core, and it trains at 1 million steps per second. So we've been doing ultra high performance sim. We've been doing stuff with Pufferlib for compatibility with fancy environments. We've been doing really good hyperparameter sweep type work with carbs, imbue carbs algorithm. Lots and lots of stuff around it. The progress has been nuts. I think I've gotten more done in the last 2 months than I've gotten done in the last 2 years. So that's very nice. Generally having a lot more fun as well. Nice being out of academia. Okay, Scython, what are you doing? Cannot assign float to int. Oh, this could be a float. Is there like a single bug in here that isn't all the same one? Unsafe C derivative of temporary Python reference. What is that? Get player PID. How is this a unsafe C derivative of a temporary Python reference? I have player defined right here, right? It's an entity star. I've got... There's not a single thing here that is not defined in Python. Unsafe C derivative. It's like it's not picking up the struct def, right? Did I mess this struct def up somehow? cdef struct entity. This looks right to me. Ython is like 9 out of 10 there. It's one of those things where like I really wish that some of the people on the Rust community that are very, very intensively making memory safety a thing, which is like kind of niche, would hop on over to something like this and make like ultra fast, easy interoperable with Python, really nice syntax. Python a little bit better. There are just a few rough edges still, but pretty small dev community for this. How often do you stream? There isn't a schedule. I just started this in the last few weeks, but I've been doing this 3 to 5 times a week now, just depending on what I have going on. I've been enjoying it, and I actually get more done. Like, whenever I have a day where I'm like too tired to sit down and focus on something, and I like distract myself because my thoughts tend to wander a lot, I'll just do stuff on stream, and I don't know, I get like a second wind. So it's good for people to be able to see some cool stuff happening live. I get to meet some cool people. Some people get interested in the open source dev. People see Puffer, and I actually get more done most of the time, with some exceptions. This is tri-streamed as well. This is live on X, YouTube, and Twitch. So for new folks here, please go ahead and star this repository, star Pufferlib. This is the main source of all my work. Helps me out a whole bunch. When this thing gets, as this thing gets larger, it just helps me out a whole bunch. I'd really like to not be fixing this Ython bug all day. But I'm kind of just baffled as to why, like, I typed it right, didn't I? Is it like a typo? No. It looks correct to me. I mean, I would expect there to be a bug at the top, but like all the way up here, you already have on what, 123? Very first time I call getPlayerOb. Cannot convert entity star to Python object. And cannot convert Python object to entity star. Very bizarre. Just to give me the opportunity to feel incredibly stupid, we're going to ask ChatGPT. It's not going to know why. It's going to waste my time because it always does. But we'll do it anyways. Are you streaming on Twitch by chance? Yes, I am. It's on Twitter. It's on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Also, the one on X, for whatever reason, is only 720p. As far as I can tell. X does not support 1080p, it seems. This is not going to work. I'm almost positive. We're going to do it anyways. I feel very stupid even attempting this. But maybe there's a chance. Let's see. Where is it? MOBA. What kind of MOBA are we building here? Oh wait, I've got a couple things. Thanks for the overview. Sounds really interesting work you've done. Does this work have a publication background that can be reviewed? Yes. There is a white paper. If you just look up Pufferlib paper archive, it's right here. So there's a white paper on Pufferlib, as well as all of this stuff being open source, so you can literally go check it and evaluate all the claims and stuff. Main thing is really super fast CPU vectorization, compatibility with lots of different types of environments, and lots of nice infrastructure all around. So that is there. This project, this MOBA, is 2 days old. I started this thing 2 days ago. And to give you an idea of how far it is, since I haven't run it in a while, this is where we ended yesterday. You can control this puffer. You can move it around with your mouse. You can control it with neural nets as well. You can attack stuff by mousing over it. There are even a couple skills that you can use. Pretty darn basic MOBA. MOBA style thing. But hey, there's a map. There's some other puffers at the start as well. And we're going to continue building out. And hopefully we're going to do some basic creep AI today. There are the other puffers. So that's where this is now. What kind of MOBA are we building here? Like a LOL Dota style? Yeah, like that, but it's going to be mini. It's going to be like not that level of complexity, right? The target size for this project, like I want the whole code for this to be 1,500 lines top, something like that. Now I can do a lot in 1,500 lines, but this is supposed to be a small, maybe mid-scale project. Yeah, this is something that I want to have done like in, a couple weeks of time, not months. Thank you. If you want to help my workout, just drop the puffer repo a star. It helps me out a whole ton. It's all open source. Uninitialized target. Function returns, expects a Python but receives a C-type pointer. If you try to return an entity directly in a context, but I'm calling this from Python, right? I'm not doing this. So as expected, ChatGPT is very useless. Feel stupid for even attempting that. I don't think it's once ever actually given me something helpful for something like this. I guess these I can fix, right? Wait, where? 278. Is this a clue? Does this have to be like at the bottom or something? Wait. Give me your Twitch? Yeah. It's twitch.tv/jsuarez5341. Right here. Did your prompt have the error you were seeing? Had the first, 50 lines of it at least. It's a giant error message. I do have a little bit of a clue here, I think. So it's saying that this is not... Local variable target was referenced before assignment. Oh. Well, yeah, it is. I didn't frickin' assign it somehow. How'd that happen? Okay. Maybe I am just stupid. I don't think that's all of it, though. I think that's like one small bit of it. Okay, so that gets rid of the warnings from here. So I no longer have any unreferenced variable warnings here that I can see. But I still have this entity conversion warning. So, I mean, this is a pretty nice one to look at. So target is get player, target PID. Target is defined here as an entity star. And then if I look at for void, or is it, what is it? Get player. Wait, is it get? Oh my god, stupid. Get, I'm so stupid. So incredibly stupid. Let's get entity. I really wish it would just tell you that you're calling a function that doesn't exist instead of spewing garbage, though. Bad error message is just the worst. So dumb. Okay, let's see. Now, we have far fewer errors. Get player ob. Is this what it's still called? It's called get player ob, right? Entity star get player ob. Get player ob self. Rust compiler does that. Yes, but the Rust compiler also imposes worthless borrow checks on everything that you have to fight. So that doesn't help me. I mean, I posted about this before. Like, look. I love the idea of there being a programming language that gives you really good low-level perf with lots of nice tooling around it. I hate the idea of, like, randomly deciding that everything needs to be borrow checked for memory leaks when I'm literally not mallocating anything in this entire program. And the majority of the time, if I am allocating stuff, I'm allocating it at the start of the program, and it's going to be deallocated at the end of the program and nothing else. So that doesn't help me whatsoever. And also, I hate the idea of not being able to mix high-level and low-level code together easily. So here, I can write Python in here whenever I want. Arbitrary Python, and it'll just run Python speed. But I can also write Python in here, and it'll run C speed, with absolutely no friction between those layers. No, like, big fancy PyBind API in the middle of that. This is why this is awesome. Yeah, it doesn't have the same level of dev community around it as something like Rust, but Rust is definitely going to cause more problems than this. I would try like Zig or something first if I were going to do a different language. Yeah, PyBind is just god awful. Python means you don't have to go through that. Like, you do not have to go through PyBind hell if you use Python, and it is the only thing which you do not have to go through PyBind hell. What did I do wrong here? Get player ob, right? So this one is not named wrong. I can fix the other errors first, I guess. I would not personally write high-level logic in Rust. Yeah. When writing drivers or bare metal code, I found it easier to not shoot my... Yes, and that's what it's for, right? Rust was written for systems programming like that. But I'm not writing that, right? I'm writing high-performance simulations. And when you're doing high-performance simulation, you better not be doing any memory allocations. Like, they should all be done up front, and you should be reusing memory. So I actually don't even have to do any mallocs in this code, because what I do is all the memory I need is in structured NumPy arrays that get passed into Cython, get populated at C speed with memory views in Cython, and then that memory is mirrored back and forth between them. It's the same address in memory. So it is impossible for me to have memory problems, right? So adding additional mandatory overhead, compile overhead, and additional syntax overhead is not doing me any favors. Like, the defining feature of Rust is something that is fundamentally harmful to what I'm doing. That is the issue. Because you're using the stack. Well, you can use the heap as well if your memory is allocated at init and it's deallocated at the end of the program, right? As long as you don't have intermediate heap allocations, it's fine. But yeah, you have a lot of memory these days. You can just put it all in the stack. Does Cython still run the GC? Nope, not inside of pure C blocks. So the way it works is if you only write C compatible operations, it does not call back to Python whatsoever. And you can check that. There's a tool that you can use to check that. So the Python side will run the garbage collector, right? But then all the loops and stuff in Cython will be super fast. And there is nothing to garbage collect because you're not using the Python allocator. Like, there's nowhere that anything's being allocated. Uh, 249. Player is get entity. Index should be typed for more efficient access. Int disk y. So this is going to be disk y, disk x, right? Index should be typed. How's it telling me that index should be typed? 263.18. Oh. Duh. It's interesting. It's a way to hand off performant blocks directly to C instead of interpreting them. Yeah, exactly. I haven't used Python before, but gotta be careful about memory allocations then, I guess. Well, you don't do them. Like, look. Oops. If I look for malloc, there's no malloc. And it's not like, you're not like doing memory allocations in here under the hood anywhere. Like, there just aren't any. So there's literally nowhere that you can possibly go wrong here. Like, all the memory for the program is passed in. Like, this environment survives the lifetime of the program. All the memory for it is right here. It's this giant array entities, which is going to be memory viewed as a bunch of structs, player obs, observations. Like, this is all it. There's no other memory that's being used. Like, this is a numpy array, right? This entities is a numpy array. Well, I'm going to view this as a fixed length array of structs without making any new allocations. It's just a way that you're just like view casting the bytes. And there's very nice syntax for doing that. Yeah. PID target. Do I have target defined here? I do have target defined here. And that is cleared after it leaves the scope, so it's memory managed. Well, no, but that memory is backed by numpy arrays, so it's cleared when it goes out of scope on the Python side, but it never does go out of scope because that is your simulator. Like, this is for reinforcement learning. The simulator is going to stay alive for the lifetime of the program anyways. So yeah, when the program exits, Python will clean it up for you with its slow garbage collector, but that's it. Like, there's no potential for memory leaks, and there's nothing that is slow that actually matters if it's slow. I mean, like I said, the Snake environment and actually several of the other environments I've built run at over 10 million steps per second, single core, with really, really brain dead easy code as well. Why is this one not happy? Target is get entity of PID. PID is an int. Oh, is PID not defined? No, PID is defined. PID's right here. So targets get entity of PID. I'm going to check target.type. Entity tower is cdeft. Cannot convert entity star to Python object. And target PID is defined as well, right? Target PID is an int. Yep, target PID is an int. Very weird. Looking for clues here as to what's wrong. This target.pid is having oh. It's I took PID out of the data struct. I took PID out of the struct, that's why. I wish it would give you a reasonable error message. Jeez. Like, struct doesn't have that element PID, maybe? That's awful. Python isn't perfect. It's pretty good, not perfect. This is stuff that could easily be picked up, though, by a better compiler, right? Like, this is just lack of tooling around Python. Any hopes for Mojo when it comes to GPU? For stuff like that, I I wait for it to stand the test of time. I'm not going to invest my time in like some company's own programming language thing where they've made like a bunch of not exactly good faith benchmarks that like really exaggerate performance differences. Um, if they make something good and it stands up for a couple of years, then I'll look at it. But they've made some weird decisions with it that I don't particularly like, so I don't have hugely high hopes for it. I also don't think you're going to be able to write simulators on the GPU. Like you're just not going to be able to write like full-fledged simulators with any level of simplicity on the GPU. There's a lot of sequential processing. There's no way to just write arbitrary code and have it run fast on the GPU. That's what CPUs are for. I think that the puffer stack is better for that. It's, have simple high perf simulators on CPU and have really good vectorization to get that data onto GPU fast. Oh, one thing that actually would really help quite a bit is if there were a way to have memory that is both shared memory, and also pinned. That would be really nice. There's not currently a way to do that, and that's one of the reasons why GPU transfer is slow right now. Okay, so you do actually have to have the PID in the data structure for now. That's fine. Yeah, so player.pid is equal to PID spawn tower. I think I've seen that channel in my recommendations. I think it's more basic and educational, though, isn't it? At least that's what I thought it was. Like, the purposes of what I'm doing here is not... Like, this is not necessarily educational content by design. This is me doing research live, and it just happens to be educational, which is nice. But it's not the primary goal. Like, I'm not spending time on making this a good educational resource other than just answering questions. I'm spending time on, like, trying to make all the RL mess of the field fixed, which will then make it easier for beginners, yeah, but it'll also make it easier for everybody. Yeah, it's definitely good to have channels like that around, though, for newcomers to RL, for sure. I personally, I don't have the experience with animations. I don't have like web dev experience to put stuff online for like live demos. So it doesn't really make sense for me to be trying to go that route when I can like make these sims here. Okay, well this actually finally compiled. So that took way more time than I wanted it to this morning, but now we're actually going to be able to run this as soon as I fix some bugs on the Python side, I think. And then we're going to actually be able to start on the Creep AI today. So that's awesome. First thing, yeah, honestly, that wasn't even that dumb on my part. Like, the reason that was hard was that I had really bad and misleading compiler messages. Yeah. So I need to not have C players. I need C entities, right? So it's C entities. And this is going to be num agents plus self.num towers, I think. So self.num towers, it's 18 towers, 9 per side. And obs players gives, this is fine. Creeps will leave, we'll get rid of this for now, actually. We don't need this. D-type is now entity D-type since we merged these D-types. Very, very close to having this working. I see the view count's gone up quite a bit, so welcome new folks. If you wouldn't mind giving the Pufferlib a star, if you find this useful, helps me out a whole ton. Other than that, enjoy the dev. Let's grab entity D-type. Don't need tower D-type. We do kind of want to have... Do we want to have towers as a separate thing? Or do we not need it? I think we probably don't need it, right? So... actions, observations. Let's start running it, and then we'll just debug from here. Is it? Oops. Python, demo, and MOBA, mode eval, render, mode human. I am actually kind of tempted to dip my toes a little bit into web dev, just to see if there's like some really dumb, easy way I could get some of these environments online. But from what I've seen, I don't think that there's going to be, I don't think that there is going to be a way to do that. As far as I can tell. There's C players. Entities. Wouldn't be super straightforward. You'd have to look into WASM. So here's the cool thing. Raylib here, which is what I'm using for rendering, natively supports WASM. But I think it's only the C bindings, or the C version of Raylib that supports it. So I would have to write the render clients in C, which is kind of gross. And then I would also need to have some sort of like socket server to run the Python code server side, unless I get all the Python running on the client side, which is harder. Can Puffer make use of web GPU? Technically, if I wrote the clients on, if I wrote the clients in C using the same API, everything's the same, just the render client in C, then yes, I think so. Yeah. Web dev slows you down sometimes. It'd be great to pick up things like you're unable to work if you're like really... Yeah, that's the thing. I think it really would slow me down. And like I have zero tolerance for like complicated and overbuilt stacks. Like I will exclusively work with simple tools because I know myself. I get incredibly bored whenever dev speed slows down because you have a clunky stack. So the most valuable thing for me is to be able to keep up my pace of work so that I stay interested. Otherwise, it gets slowed down even more than you would expect. It's just the way I work. One of the reasons I've gotten so bored of like experimental side work, right? Because you just spend so much time like thinking about what experiments to run, running experiments. You don't actually get to just build stuff. Okay, so now we're actually at the point where we get the signature to fix. We have to fix the signature. And then I think it should be pretty close to working. I know maybe if I gotta find somebody that does a bunch of web dev to like see if there's actually anything that's remotely like fast and easy to use these days. Um, like something I kind of want something that's like Raylib for web, right? Which is really basic and really low level. Getting a website outsourced is pretty cheap these days. It's about maintaining it that's the hard part, right? I don't like. I want to be able to put these sims so you could play them online against other like against RL agents. That would be cool. I don't know if there's an easy way to do that. This takes entities, obs players, obs view, rewards, and then here we need self.num agents, self.num creeps, self.num towers. Oops. Let's split this here. Okay. So, and I need to set num creeps, I think. Because we're not using it yet, but, yeah. What? Num 8? Sure. Okay, so we have a few other things, apparently, that I broke in the process of refactor. IDX plus num agents. Get tower. So spawn tower is, yeah, so this is IDX, not PID. IDX. And then tower.pid is gonna be plus num agents, I think. Kind of sketch. And when you spawn the tower in, this index with the idea, hold on, would the idea that be that people are using your GPU or theirs, multiplayer, single player with RL agents? I don't know how you would make it. If you wanted them to use their GPU, they'd have to be running the Python and the Cython stack locally. I don't think you like. I don't think it's easy to get all that running on web. If you can run arbitrary Python and Cython on web, then sure. Otherwise, I don't know how. Server-side agent management protocol with rendering on the client and socket connection to each session. Yeah, that's the problem. Main hitch being sync between different web clients. Yeah, it's hard, right? And it's like, it's hard on a bunch of stuff that doesn't even help the fundamentals of RL. So, like, I don't really think it's worth doing. Oh, wait, no, it's the other way around here, right? So this is like 0, 1. Oh, I don't want to let it autocorrect. I'm going to do this manually because I don't trust it. Oops. 3, 4. Oops. Let's just do it in batch like this. Oops. Nope. There. Be more for accessibility. Yeah, I know. And accessibility is important, but it's like, it's not in my current skill set. And like, I have a bunch of stuff that I can actively do that's making the field way, like, that's improving the field. So, I mean, maybe down the line somewhere, but that's such a pain. What is Python anyways? I only see Python code. Does Python have types like this? Python have pointers? It's kind of nice though that you see it's kind of funny though that you see only Python code, because that's the point. Cython is just very close to Python, but it runs C speed. So there you go. Why not put spawn tower in a loop? How do you put spawn tower in a loop? I'd have to... There's all these different positions. I'd have to just like... You see they take all different arguments. So I think that you'd end up with a bunch of branching logic. Like it's... I don't see a way of putting this in a loop that's simpler than hard coding it with all these arguments that they take that are different. Yeah, it's just that they're not randomly generated towers, right? It's a MOBA, so it's like they're fixed game assets. It is C with Python syntax, fair to say. Kind of. So the cool thing with Python with Cython is that you can write arbitrary Python and it'll be slow, or you can use like slightly different data types and stuff and it'll run C speed. So it allows you to effortlessly mix in C with Python syntax and Python, which is really nice. If they're static, you won't need a loop. Yeah, they're static. There's no loop. PID. Tower.pid. Got differing extents. It's obnoxious. Player.x and player.y. PID is get entity. Are these 0? Hold on, are these 0? I bet these are 0. Print RC. I'm starting to severely regret limiting myself to 1 coffee per day. Oof. Okay, so right here, this is the issue. It's at 0, 0, but hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait. Oops. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so the 10th one is wrong. Off by 1 error. Yeah, off by 1 error. This needs to be... Oh, wait. Is that right? No. Power. PID is IDX plus self.notmade. Wait, this is fine. No, not by 1 error. Or it'd be 10 agents. So this is getting overwritten somewhere. Getting overwritten somewhere. Range of num agents. This is 0 through 9. $72, $66. Where is it? 66. If it's less than num agent, so wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there are 5 on this team. And then this other team, this one is getting overwritten, it looks like, right? So it's got to be in spawn tower, which has PID of it's 0. But then if I do get tower, right, it's get tower of 0, get tower. This should be 10, right? Somehow the last agent isn't getting spawned correctly. Okay, so 10, 27. This is correct. So this tower, it doesn't look like the tower is overriding the spawn. Print and at okay. I also really wish that PDB worked in Python. I guess there's technically side debug. I should really start learning to use that. Print debugging is really lame. Anything useful? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So here's the last player getting spawned. Oh, I wonder if I overwrote a PID or something. Let me see. Maybe compute observations itself is. I wouldn't put it past myself to have forgotten that. So first of all, IDX here. So IDX gets set to 0. Wait, get player. PID is negative. This is fine. And then you get the entity. You have this position. And then it's already failing here. But it could be failing here because I overwrote something down here. So IDX PID. I'm not overwriting PID. I am overwriting IDX, but I should be allowed to do that. RNC. I am overwriting RNC, but again, I should be allowed to do that. Target PID. You get the entity, and then you set the target ob. Target ob is from get player ob. This is fine. I don't see it. Well, I could comment this just to see. That would tell me for sure, right? If I have something, oops. If I have something screwed up here, this would tell me. Okay, so the fact that I still get the bug means that it's not this. So somewhere I'm probably overwriting something, right? We checked reset. Let's check. Looks like wasm build lets you compile a Python file into WebAssembly. Then you can serve the wasm file by embedding it into the HTML of your site. If it actually works, that's awesome. Yeah, if it actually works, that's awesome. Now, the thing that would be weird about that, right, is you should be able to, if you can compile a Python file, Python lets you write arbitrary Python, so you would have to be able to build Python into WASM, which I don't know how that would work. But yeah, if you can get like a very basic like Python type env with ArrayLib front end working in the web, let me know, because that would be amazing. To be fair, that's the type of thing I'd like to put an open source bounty on, but we're not doing those until Puffer gets rev. Hold on. Let me just reply to something. Right, we were checking to see if I overwrote PID somewhere. Step function would be a good candidate for that, right? So I'm writing PID here, but that's fine. Maybe here. I don't see anywhere where I'm setting PID directly though, right? Yeah, there's nowhere that I'm setting PID directly. Let's see if it fails in a reset or if it fails. Well, actually, I should be able to see, right? No, it fails earlier. It fails in a reset. This is a waste of time. It fails. It does fail in a reset. That's very weird. Okay, so let's comment all the spawn towers then. Oops. $2:15. Perfect timing. I will finish this. I will make myself a shake, take a couple minutes, and then we'll do the creep AI once. That'll be the timeline for today. Differing extents. Can comment. Well, right now all the spawn towers do not work. Compute observation still messes up. Which is very weird. Yeah. Oops. Let's comment all the spawn towers and some stuff in compute observations, maybe. Wait. IDX. No, this looks fine actually. Let's comment this as well. Differing extents and dimensions 0. Still doesn't work. Long shot. Still reset. Okay, so get entity on PID. New slice, right? Is it possible that the move to thing isn't working? Okay, so this one says 0, 0. 72, 66. Oh, it's possible that I'm on a piece of terrain, right? I didn't check that. It's possible the spawn coords are just bad. Let me check that. Let's say 62. 60 was this. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. Yeah, this is fine. So it's 64 plus PID. Let's try this. Okay, that was it. Boom. Okay. Apparently, I was spawning an agent. I was overwriting like the 1 pixel on the wall before, so I didn't notice it. But when I refactored the move code, I explicitly made it so that, under no circumstances can you teleport into a wall. And I didn't realize that I was spawning the agents on a wall. Medium stupid bug. Medium stupid bug. Probably a good idea to have a return type that states that issue. So the thing is, it's because I have the spawn positions hard-coded, and I have it duct taped in a way. The reason that this could happen at the moment at all is because I have it duct taped in a way where the spawn functions, I've got it duct taped in a way where like the spawn functions are hard-coded, and this is not going to be possible. Well, this should not be possible once I change it to be like spawned randomly in a spawn zone, because I'm just going to check for the tiles in there. I don't know what a good way to check for it for now would be. I'd have to write a separate routine. Okay, so this is now fill observations. There's no towers, right? You need to do entities, towers. Hold on. Up client. This is now entities. It's funny that I get to take a break from my research by looking at yours. Hey, whatever floats your boat. Target, wait, target PID minus. No, this is. Wait, what? Target PID. I think it's just this. Yeah. Well, it's always going to be entities of PID. Entities of PID. Right? Maybe this does it. YOLO. Okay. Here is the puffer. Why is it getting, like, completely murked? Can I, like... Why is it getting killed constantly? Presumably the entity checks are wrong somewhere, because it shouldn't be getting murked constantly. Yeah, even when I'm spamming heal, it still is. Okay. Get player ob with PID and attack. And the target PID is equal to target.pid. It's like it's getting collided instantaneously. It's not collided, it's getting killed instantaneously. Now, I'm wondering if I do get player ob or compute observations, maybe. I am setting the PID. I am setting the target's PID here. So it should be able to get the target PID. It's possible it's wrong for towers, but this looks good to me. Yeah, this looks good to me. And we're assigning it correctly for agents, I would hope, right? Let me see. Yeah, we are assigning the PID right here to players. And move to. Hold on. You know, I'm realizing with the tower. No, wait, tower. This is correct. I did use the correct PID for the tower. I didn't use the index by mistake. This is why the PID system kind of sucks. I don't have a better alternative, though. Spawn. Is it y comma x? Yeah, it's y comma x, right? Yeah. PID map. You get PID and target PID. This looks fine. The entity. Attack target.pid. Well, I can verify quickly whether it's the towers that are misfiring or the players. Let's see if I still get murked by if I still get murked when I do this. Okay, still getting murked instantly. Why is there a puffer there where there's supposed to be a tower? Oh, I just didn't update the renderer. That's fine. Let's see if I get murked when I comment the player attacks. No, I can't comment the whole player block. Let's see if I get murked when I comment the player attacks. Just this block. Right? Okay, so I do not get murked immediately when the players cannot attack. This tower does not seem to be able to attack me either. Though this tower is a pufferfish in this case because the render is wrong. Can these puffers attack? No, they can't, right? Oh, what? You can't get near them. That's weird. Why can't I get any closer than this? Wait, are they not getting cleared? It thinks that there are puffers all over. Well, we're gonna have to invest in a little bit of some debug tools, I'm sure. So we know now that this is definitely the thing that is killing us. Oh, let's do, let's just make sure it's the actual attack button that is killing us, and not like the skill only. Okay, so we are taking damage no matter where we are. You can see this? And it doesn't seem that we're able to hurt them. Which is weird. Some of the other puffers are taking damage. But none of these ones are. That might be a clue. Target is get player ob. PID and attack. Attack should be being passed in, right? Where do we set attack? Right, attack is passed in from the agents here. And you get the target from here. And then you get its PID. Oh, and if it's going to be 0, then you're going to get hit. And do I have... There's a piece of code that I might have forgotten to put back in compute observations. Or I might have been doing incorrectly. So I would have thought that this would be enough here. PID IDX. I would have thought that this would be enough to ensure that you have non-zero PIDs. Really should be. Well, I think we have another clue though, right? Because... Right, there's another clue here. And the second clue is that all of the red puffers are taking damage. And none of the blue puffers are taking damage. Okay. We do have the teams thing implemented though. The teams thing looks reasonable. And when you do the compute observations, when you compute observations here, this is also fine. Really, really bizarre. Why would it be? Gaining massive respect for indie game devs as I watch this. Well, to be fair, most of the bugs that are in here, they're in here because this thing needs to run about 1,000 times faster. No, much more than 1,000 times faster than your typical indie game. So, like, this whole PID thing, this is essentially a bunch of pointer shenanigans for the sake of performance that I would not need to do otherwise. But yeah, I would say games are generally harder to develop than like big software is. Okay, how can I debug this? Let me just make sure I'm just getting target PID 0. Yeah, we're gonna have to definitely speed up this dev as well because this is not adequate progress. Like there cannot be hours of debugging. Okay, so target PID is always 0 through 4, sometimes 5. Pretty much always 0 through 4. Okay, so how is it targeting 0 through 4, right? It should not be able to see me here. Okay, so it's in compute observations. It's got to be in here somewhere. It's especially weird that specifically it is always 0 through like 5 or 0 through 4. We get y and x. It's player y plus dy. Player y plus dy, player x plus dx, right? Target PID is on the PID map. You know, one thing I could do real quick. Let's just if was it PID? Do I have access to PIDs? PID is not equal to. Do I have access to self.pids? Yeah, I do. If it's not equal to -1, then we're going to draw a rectangle. And it's going to be transparent. I just want to see if we have dirty PID map. Raylib client has no attribute PIDs. Of course, lovely. We've got to pass in. We have access to it right like this. Ah, we have a dirty PID map. You see the issue? I thought I was very careful about this as well. Okay, well, we need some viz tools to be able to diagnose this type of stuff. At least we found it. This is 100% the issue. So when you call move to, you have the destination, which is not this at all. I don't know why the heck I have it as this. This is int player.y. So thanks. Can AI autocomplete sometimes. Okay. So now does this do something reasonable? Actually, this is pretty nice because this gives us a way to, yeah, so now the PIDs are solid. Now can we attack stuff? Oh, well, we're attacking this thing, right? It's losing health. We're losing more health, but it's losing health. Right? Yeah, and then we die. Okay, it makes sense. And we can kill the tower. Did that die way too quick? I think we commented tower attacks, right? So let's just, can use your skills. And, ooh, the towers do not have commented attacks. Let's go check on that. Also, asset map of tile. Hold on. Looks great. How many time you making this game? This is day 3 at the moment. And I mean, this is how it was looking as of yesterday. Could run around. There's like reasonable velocity. Can attack stuff. There are a couple skills. Pretty basic. Welcome. Let me think. It's all online as well, by the way. It's in Pufferlib. If you like my work and want to start the repo, it helps me out a whole bunch. Pufferai/Pufferlib. Let me see here. So MOBA. What did I mess up here? grid is equal to agent type. Oh. Well, this would be Y. If dot type entity tower agent type is equal to tower LF. Try this. Does this now render? Hopefully this renders towers now. I forgot to rebuild. We should render the towers as a different asset as stars. Okay, so now the stars render here. We can see the debug tiles. We're not getting hit right now. Okay, I didn't mean to attack that tower, but why? I'm not attacking the tower. Why are they getting it? Why are they getting hit? I can't tell if I'm getting hit back either. Well, yeah, I could see how that would happen actually. Okay, I mean that's in a reasonable enough spot. Let's see if we can figure out if the towers are actually doing something. So, tower and range num towers. Get tower through entities of IDX plus num agents. Agent changes color to red when it gets hit. Wait, really? These ones don't. Oh, I see. Yeah, the problem is that some of the puffers are supposed to be red. Okay, my skills work. This AoE thing works. My heal works. So these work. If I now go... Yeah, if I get in range of this thing, it dies. Like, it slowly dies. What if I go from above? Does this make a difference? Yeah, okay, so I see what's happening here. It's just the order that, It's just the order that these things are presented in. As soon as I go below this, it starts to die. And you'll notice it's not hitting me at all. So this is just a loop order thing. And also my abilities just delete these things instantly. Okay, cool. So they're not attacking me. Let's figure out why. Yeah, I gotta do more of those overlays to like indicate stuff that would be useful. So right here, you go through the towers, you get the tower position, you get your discrete values, you check the PID, check the team. Okay, so let's print some stuff. Let's see if any of this is triggering. Okay, so we get, hold on. We get tower is checking. They're just checking themselves, though. Detected one team. Wait, tower is checking. Lots of positions. And then it's detected team 1. Let's see if we can get it like this. If we can get them to detect team. Possibly we get them to detect team. So okay, so it detected me a bunch. Detected 0. Team 0. I am team 0. But that should be team 1. Okay, so maybe I just did the tower teams wrong. Tower.team equals team. Wait, so, what is it? It's spawn tower is IDX team, right? Looks fine. Tower.team is equal to team. These ones should be... Yeah, these should be the right team. Unless I did it backwards. Oh, wait. There is a hit. It's saying hit. Let me see. So we heal. And what's this going to say if I sit up here? So it says detected. It detected me but didn't hit me. Now it's detecting me, but it's not hitting me. Because it thinks we're on the same team. Wait, what? Did it just show 1 for a second? Oh yeah, that's fine. So... do I just have them backwards? No, they all... Why the heck are all the towers on team 0? Right? Yeah, the towers are all on team 0. Target.team, tower.team. Tower.team. And you clearly have it right here. Where I should be spawning some towers at team 1, right? Index team. I don't overwrite it anywhere, right? Yeah, I don't overwrite team anywhere here, obviously. Well, wait, you don't need to do this check first of all, because the attack has a check in it for that. Okay, and then we do attack, which is target player. This tower is no longer needed here. And then I also need, I don't need this check in here. Well, kind of do. Noxious. This is probably where I should take a break, but I'd like to solve this before I do. It seems like it should be very simple. Wait a second. This gets the entity. Gets the entity directly, right? Get tower, gets the tower index. And it can see, but it thinks everybody's on team 0. Whereas the tower should be able to be on team 1. Detected 0, team 0. Self.grid. Well, here, let's open this up. And then after this resets, I want to check the attributes. I like to check the attributes here. Was it self.entities dot team? Okay, so the tower team looks fine here, right? And they still look fine. Yeah, okay, so the entities team is correct. The tower should be able to see that they are on the correct team. So let's see why that is not the case. Towers. T. Tower team 1, attacking 0, team 0. What? It says that this is correct. But why am I not taking damage? Why am I not taking damage? Huh. If target.team type tower print tower team attacking target.team print print tower hit. Is pufferlib only intended for game environments? No, it can be used for just about anything. We just added support for continuous action spaces, but generally it's anything that can be bound with a gym spaces spec, which is basically any simulator. We use games for most of our test cases because they're commonly used among researchers and because they can be made computationally efficient enough to do things with. I do have some people that are interested in adding robotics types env soon, so hopefully you'll see some of that in the next few weeks. We will see. What? Why do I not have any messages popping up here? Target PID is equal to -1. Did not rebuild? I guess it just didn't build. Is it really not going to let me? I heard you talking about a possible Pokemon simulation test. Is that a project you're working on? Yes, that's a very active project. So this is originally by Peter Whidden. It's right here. And there is a Discord for this. This is one of the projects that I'm sponsoring compute for as well as advising. And I also, if you check the Puffer repos, Puffer is the host of the Pokegem package for this environment. We got lots of different branches. of stuff on this. There are people on the Discord active with this, and it's bound to Pufferlib, and it's like 3 times faster in Pufferlib than anywhere else, or whatever, 2 to 3 times faster. Very much still an active project. We're trying to solve all of Pokemon Red with reinforcement learning. This bug is taking way longer than it should to get rid of. Very weird. Okay, so now this works. Tower Team 1 is attacking. Team 0, and then when you do self.attack, wait, it's self.attack, Tower Team 1, PID, target PID damage, right? PID, target PID damage. So if player dot type is equal to a tower, print a tower is team what? Almost there. Not sure I understand the bug. What's happening? The towers aren't attacking back. And it's very weird why. So, how is this possible? We're getting this first print, but we're not getting the second print. What the heck? So, is this something incredibly dumb? Wait. Wait. a target, a tower is attacking. Okay, this is target.pid, so I assume this is -1. This has got to be -1, right? So something is screwy here. Oh, wait, if pid is equal to -1. Wait, no. I have it backwards. I have this stupid thing backwards. Yep, I've got it. Stupid thing is backwards. This is tower.pid, and this is pid. Because the pid is right there. And target.pid is... Wait, this is tower.pid. What did I have? I had target.pid, right? Ah. You get the entity with... Is that not fine? Wait. Oh, it was because it thinks it was attacking itself is why. That has to be it, I think. This has got to be it. Obnoxious. Essentially, everything seems to be on the same team. Issue of towers not attacking back. Yeah, that's it. Just basically just obnoxious bugs because these PIDs are essentially jank pointers that I'm using to avoid copying lots of data around, and it's really easy to confuse them. That's all. Okay, so it just hit me back, right? I can just see it. Look, it's hitting me. And now I can kill it. I can heal. So I'm pressing... Whenever you see it take a lot of damage, it's because I press Q. And whenever I heal, it's because I press W. So look, I'm going to take some damage. I guess I wasn't quick enough. Reflexes are bad. Okay, so I have some damage. I press W. I heal. That's a skill. I go into this. I'm going to press Q. I take it out quickly. I heal. I hold Q here. And I wasn't quick enough. There. Now it works. Solid. We're going to commit this. CMOBA. MOBA. Refactor the MOBA for 3 hours. Okay, this is public. This is all public, by the way, so you can feel free to look at it. I'm going to take like 5 minutes. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to go make a shake, clear my head. And then when I come back, I think we're going to already just start looking at the creep AI. I'm not going to say we're going to do the whole creep AI today, but we're going to at least think about it. The main thing is going to be like, I don't know how to make the creep AI fast. That's the thing that's sketchy. So we're going to have to probably spend some time thinking about it before we start implementing. But we're going to do all that live. So I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Now we get to do some cool stuff. Oh, there's a lot of chat stuff all of a sudden. Hold on. Let me get this puffer out of the way. Whoops, that's not what we wanted to do. Puffer, thanks for sharing. Love to be part of this further. It's all open source. Join the Discords, pitch in however you like. We're definitely looking for contributors. Accuracy and performance versus speed and accuracy. Yeah, I think that the thing is with Puffer, you're just going to get all of them. Are Pufferfish the champions in this game? I don't know. I think it would be funny. We'll probably get some better assets. I mean, I have the thing animated. You can see it puffing on the screen right here. Where did I go? I went to make a shake for lunch. I'm back here. This counts as lunch. I saw your dissertation video and thought it was really cool. How is this different from what you did there? This is about 1,000 times higher performance, for one. It's also a heck of a lot simpler. But there's going to be some follow-up stuff to my dissertation that will be launching very soon. I just have to finish it, and I keep getting bored and deciding to stream cool dev instead of finishing it. So, yeah, the experiment's still running in the background at least, so I am making some progress. Let me tweet something to refresh the Twitter, because it's actually done amazing on YouTube so far today, but Twitter has been really, really low. Don't have anything super cool to post about it, so I'll just bump it, I guess. Add creep AI to the MOBA and for RL. Cool. Sounds good. Nice. Okay, so let's think about this a little bit. I want to start by reading up a little bit on the Dota and the League creep AI. So let's just read the wiki pages for Dota and League and see if we can get any ideas. Yeah, let's see if we can get any ideas for that. So, sweet, gotta go, but good luck with Creep AI. Check out the Git later when I have some time. Yep. Drop in the Discord, discord.gg/puffer if you want to chat, and star the Puffer lib repo to feed the Puffer. Helps me out a ton. Thanks. Okay, there are 4 types of lane creeps. Melee range, flag bearer, and siege. I forgot about the flag bearer. Melee creeps spawn in large numbers, have more health. Range creeps have lower health, deal more damage, and able to attack from a distance. Less damage against heroes and buildings. Flag creeps are identical, but have higher magic resistance, carry an aura, and grant their gold bounty to every enemy within an area. I totally forgot about these. Siege creeps spawn in every 10th wave. Yep. Destroying either the enemy's barracks cause super creeps. I did not remember these at all. Okay. Spawning. So they spawn in waves every 30 seconds. I think you get 3 or 4 waves at the same time, if I recall, in these games. You get more creeps over time. Spawn location. Stats. I want the AI. Where's the AI on these things? Okay, behavior. Lane creeps have a set path from which they do not deviate normally. The creeps walk down the lane aggressively, meaning they attack any enemy which comes within their acquisition range, similar to how player-controlled units act when giving them an attack ground order. If a lane creep gets aggroed, and the aggroing unit stays within the creep's acquisition range, it chases the aggroing unit until it is dead, or until it lost track of it, or until another enemy gets within range and draws the aggro off. If the aggro enemy enters the fog of war, the lane creep walks up to the last spot that it saw the enemy, does not see the enemy again, it returns to the point at which it left the lane it belongs to. The aggroing unit is outside of the lane creep's acquisition range. It chases the enemy for up to 2.3 seconds before returning to lane. Creep which is no longer aggro does not join other lanes, even if they are closer. It returns to its own lane, even if it's the furthest away. So following a fixed path should make this much easier. It's going to be obnoxious that we have to draw the path, but I think technically we're going to be able to make it so that if we do this correctly, until the creeps get aggroed, they're not actually using any expensive AI. So all the way until they walk up into lane, they don't have to do anything. We can also make the checks for the enemy checks periodic. They don't have to happen every frame. Let's see how the aggro works in this. And then we're going to read the league page, and then we're going to start implementing. So aggro lane creeps follow regular auto attack rules. They prioritize the closest enemies. Okay, we need to do that. We need to do closest. We haven't done that. So if a unit draws aggro and another unit is closer unit gets attacked. Not the unit which actually aggroed them. Interesting. Multiple heroes are about equally close. The one which attacks them gets prioritized, while one which does not attack or attacks from the opposing faction has second priority. The ones who attack its own allies has least priority. So there's some sort of prio system. For the creeps, it does not matter whether the attack actually happens or not. It does not matter how far away the target of the attack order is. The attack order alone is enough to aggro or de-aggro, as long as the creep are within acquisition range. Issuing an attack command on allied heroes de-aggroes them, while issuing an attack command on enemy heroes aggroes them. Behavior has a cooldown of 3 seconds. Okay, so clearly this is like a very specific thing that's been tuned over years for Dota. Multiple non-hero units are about equally range, have all the same priority. Creeps ignore units which attack them from further away. Despite them being a bigger threat, they prioritize closer units. Siege creeps always have lower priority than heroes and other units, regardless of what they do. Buildings have a lower priority than siege creeps, and wards have a lower priority. Okay. Because they have to be able to attack the towers, right? If a lane creep attacks one of those 3 unit types and another creep within attack range, it switches to that enemy. Only enemy units within the lane. Okay, so let's see how this varies for the... Oh my gosh. Let's take a look at the League one. Well, this doesn't exist. But there's a wiki page. Behavior. Oh my gosh, they got even more text on the League one. While minions have not acquired a target, they strictly path linearly along a lane until they find a valid enemy unit. On finding one, they will move towards it and attack it within their range. Minions Respect unit collision as well as player-generated terrain. First wave minions have modified behavior. We don't care about that. Nearby enemy minions will become aggressive or aggro an enemy champion within their own variable acquisition range. Under certain conditions. When activated by enemy champion actions, call for help signal. Priority. Choose their target using a priority system. Enemy champions attacking an allied champion. Enemy minions attacking an allied champion. Enemy minions attacking an allied minion. Enemy turrets attacking an allied minion. Whew. Okay, so the priority thing is pretty important, it looks like, and pretty substantial. So we're going to need there to be able to be some sorts of flags for, like, you know, is attacking. There need to be some sort of is attacking flags or whatever. You know, like target type or something like that. Once a minion is chosen a target, it only switches to a new target if that new target has a higher priority. The minion cannot acquire a new target that has the same priority as the current target. Variable ranges. Reevaluate their target in between attack windup every few seconds. So they don't have to reevaluate that often. Vision. Loses sight of the target, the minion switches to a new target or keeps advancing. Oof. Okay. Lots of stuff here. So I guess the first thing that we're going to want to do is figure out the fixed pathing, which is actually not entirely trivial, right? They probably use some sort of actual pathfinding algorithm, A-star or something. I guess I could technically do that, just very infrequently. But I would think it would be easier to just have waypoints. We'll just set waypoints, and it'll take, like, the long and then the short to the waypoint, I guess. Yeah. We'll see how that looks. So we set some waypoints. We set some waypoints. We implement that. We implement some sort of local target acquisition, right? that runs periodically. If they see a target, they move towards the target in like a straight line fashion. So I think in this game we'll allow the minions to get stuck on walls and stuff. That's fine. They just won't know how to path over walls because that will make it faster. So the pathfind will actually be, it's just like a simple min direction. So like you do the long and then the short or whatever, or the short and then the long, either way. Yeah, short and then long, something like that. So when they see a target, they path towards the target until they're within their attack range. And then they attack. Right? And then when they're no longer aggroed, they return. And then we can start, like, we can see if we need prio mechanics and stuff from there. But I think just that would already make it look pretty cool, because we'll have waves of minions. We'll allocate like some fixed buffer of minions or whatever. There has to be a pretty substantial buffer of them, actually. What is it? Is it like 4 minions in League? Or is it more? Is it 5? I think it's 3 minions, 3 melee, 2 ranged or something. Oops. Foot rest. Okay. I have some idea. Let's start on it. This is actually going to be cool because as soon as this is implemented, it will be recognizable as a MOBA. So num creeps is going to be 100. And that's the full buffer for all of them. High level plan for the creep AI. High level plan for the creep AI. You can tell me if you see any problems with this. Let me pull up the map. Okay, so the high level plan for the creep AI is to okay, so I'm gonna set some. They're gonna start like here, right? And then I'm gonna set waypoints. So I'm gonna set like a waypoint here, a waypoint here, a waypoint here, a waypoint here. I'm gonna set like some number. Maybe it'll be like 10 waypoints. And the AI is going to, when it's not aggroed to anything, it's just going to go shortest path to there. And it's going to use a really dumb shortest path algorithm. It's just going to go like minimum. It's just going to like do the short and then the long. So it's not going to know how to path around obstacles or anything, but there are no obstacles in the path. So the only thing it can get stuck on is players. It can only get stuck on players, which is fine. And then if a creep gets, maybe we'll have multiple of these, right? Like maybe we'll have some in here or something for like if you lure them, we'll figure that out. But anyways, the creeps will go along this way, and they will path to the nearest waypoint, and as soon as they aggro, as soon as they see something nearby, they will use that exact same pathing algorithm to go towards the target and attack it. Yeah? And there will be range creeps, there will be melee creeps, they just have different attack distances. Attack distance is very easy to compute because it's just continuous. Towers are no different from players in terms of them being able to run up and attack. So we should actually be able to get something fairly quick for this. Yeah, that is the plan. Yeah, it's a good start, and it's actually not trivial to implement even just this. So, you know. We're going to have to start by figuring out how to add these, and then we'll figure out the waypoints. I think we need spawn creep and kill creep methods for now. Yeah. Creep 1. PID map. Need to have this, right? It's just, get entity. Where's the player code? Is right here, right? So many things that are difficult with this. Because it's like a very specific thing to code. Um, Yeah, this is so obnoxious because there's so much hard coding here that has to be done. I'm gonna do it, but there's a lot of stuff here to think about. What did I do for tower? It was like tier. It's like team, int, team, okay, so now self.move to. Okay. I think I need to make, like, to get some of these hard-coded variables out of the way, right? Yeah. So position creep spawns. Self.creeps spawns is going to be creep spawns. And then we do creep spawns p.zeros. 18. No, how many is it? It's a lot. Can I not just randomly spawn them? I think I can actually randomly spawn them. Yeah, let's do randomly spawned. Because it's too many things to hard code. It's like 40 positions or something. So I think we'll just do it that way. So we'll do if team is equal to 0, we'll do valid pause. Where is it? Int false. Okay. While not valid pause. R. Let's see. And now we don't need this one. Don't need this anymore. X. min y. Can I find us a good spot here? Like, this is like what, 25? So like, this is between 22 and 25. So min y is going to be 8 minus 20. Well, but it's this top lane, so we can actually go a little bit larger. This can be, you can use the tower positions as waypoints. So I was thinking about that, but then I think they're going to get stuck on the towers. Well, at the very least, I need to add, wait, you're right, can I just spawn them, like, around the towers? I can just spawn them around the towers, can't I? Yeah, that would be smart. Wait, no, because you need one set of cords for... You do need one set of cords for stuff. Okay. So, I think that the cords are going to be, like, right here. Right? They'll be, like, right here. Which is... Let's do, like, minus 22. Within some distance, not move to next. Yeah, that's what I was going to try to do. Minus 20. Minus 30. 128 minus 22. Min x is going to be 128. Okay. Else. Wait, max x is just going to be 22. 30. Min y equals 22. Okay. This looks good. Now what we do is we just do spawn y, spawn x. So we just try to spawn them in a box. And we can potentially reuse the tower spawn positions like you said. So the way that they're going to path, we're going to do int float. Float. What the heck? Not what I asked for. So we also don't have their velocity. We'll have to change that. But for now, we need to figure out how to make them go to the destination. Actually, float dy. So if, can I do abs? There's no built-in abs, right? I've literally written this routine before. Hold on. Let me go find it. Let me just go find some code, because I know I've written this before. Oh, I do use abs. Oh, I guess abs is actually valid then. So abs dx, if abs dx is greater than dy. Wait, but the thing is they don't have to move in straight lines. I can literally just do straight line pathing because I have continuous. Oh, that's perfect. So I can literally just do... Yeah, okay, I'm way overthinking this. I thought I had to do tile-based pathing. This is actually one of the places where continuous helps us a ton. So we can just do... it's literally just float dx, float dy. So float x is creep y. Hold on. Equals dest x minus creep dot x. Dy is dest y minus creep dot I. And then we have to clip this, right? cdef inline clip, I guess. Inline clip. Just this. Clip. Float clip. Cool, so now we have our path. Which is now move to self.move to PID, and we do creep dot plus dy dot x plus dx. Is that literally it? It's just straight line clipped pathing, isn't it? Isn't it that easy? Yeah. Okay. Void creep AI. Oops. Dest float. Now we need to define the waypoints. To define the waypoints, which will be the tower positions, right? And I think we can do this as a position array tower positions. So we get for team 1 and team 2. No, it doesn't work. Well, it does work. It's just long-winded. We just do self.tower positions. Oh, you're supposed to pass these in, aren't you? I don't like that. It's like a position. Then I guess we'll not make it a struct. We'll just do float tower positions like this, maybe. And we'll do tower positions. Wait, it doesn't have to be Am I dumb? Oh, this is fine. It's... So got these. Maybe I should make it simpler and keep it to 2D. This. Right? Okay, I'm not going to change spawn towers for now. We will change that later. I want to make sure that I'm actually doing something reasonable first. Because this doesn't even give you the waypoints, does it? Shoot. Man, why is this so why is this so obnoxious to make them follow a fixed path? I think I'm going to do 3D. Oops. I'm going to do, damn it, 3D. I'm going to just make this waypoints. Because then I'm not locked to the tower anyways. And I'm going to do self dot waypoints is going to be equal to so hold on. So this is your tier 0. You need to start at the tier 3 tower, which is 97.25. No, it didn't get this from the suggestion. And then you need to go to your tier 2, which is 72.25, like this. And then it's 43.25, I think. And then second one is 97.99.29. Nope. 85. And then, nope, this is 74.55. Really obnoxious. I'm probably going to make like some tool to write these to a file or something dumb just to make this easier, but for now. 104. 33. This is... Where did it get 72.85 from? 85.70. 46, isn't it? And then it's 74, 55. So now this one is 104.33. 106, 66, 104.96. Let me see. Does this make sense? 99.26, 85.46, and then 74.55. Yeah, this is good. So these are the lanes for the bottom. And then this is now... Let's see if this has any chance of getting it right. So this should be 128.97 is here. And then it should go minus 70. Wait. 72. And then it should go to minus 43. So this might have kind of gotten it, actually. That's nice. 6. Yeah, this looks like it got it. Okay, so now we have the waypoints for each tower. Which need to be... You need to append the other way, don't you? So this needs to actually be... No, not this. This needs to now be the top lane, which is 128 minus 43 minus 97, 128 minus 72, 8 minus 25, 128 minus 97. Okay. Well, maybe it gets it from here? Yes, it does get it from... No, it doesn't quite get it from here. That's 74, 85, 99. It still didn't get it because it did this weird freaking thing here. All right, so it's 43, 72, 97. Okay. And then it goes 74, 85, 99. Ugh, hard coding crap. Six, 96, 66, 3, and we're gonna hope that it got the rest of them. We're probably gonna have to like mark these. Okay, let's hope it got those. It needs to have lane and waypoint, doesn't it? Int lane waypoint x. Waypoint's fine. So on creep into lane. So lane is lane. Was it no? Creep dot lane. Creep dot lane is equal to lane. And creep dot waypoint is equal to 0. Okay, so now What garbage did this do? Let's wrote some garbage. Into waypoint creep dot waypoint creep dot lane dest y self dot waypoint lane waypoint 1. Yeah, this is what we wanted. So now it can actually path to the lane. And then what we do is if so much freaking code. We need square root from somewhere. Or can't we just do start to the 0.5? Like this? So, okay, so if it's less than I think if it's less than 2. Now wait. So obnoxious how this works. No, it does work. Yeah. You just have to say if they're within the distance of it. Okay. Less than 2. Creep.waypoint is equal to 1. And if creep.waypoint greater than I don't know, something to do. No, because then you don't need to do this because there's going to be another waypoint. That's fine. Okay, so we have something that looks basically like creep pathing. And now what we do is we do the aggro check, right? And now we have to do the check. Int creep target int pid creep to get entity float x int creep dot y. Don't need any of this garbage. Now we need to do the targeting. The thing is we need to do the targeting. So we do creep vision. Creep vision is 5. d dx. PID. Okay. Target PID is, we get from the PID map, right? We also have to cast this. Okay. And now what we do is, target PID is -1, continue. And then we do entity start target. Target is going to be get entity. Target.team is not equal to creep team. Return target PID. So super basic pathing, or targeting rather. Very, very basic targeting. %10 of the time. We return -1. Target PID. If target PID is not equal to -1, then we have to do attack, right? Attack for, I don't know, 5 damage. And we do dot dest y. It's going to be okay, so jank code, but the way that the script is supposed to work, there's an aggro check. It happens once in a while. If you find an agent that is nearby that is not on your team, it will tell you. You attack it, and then you set it to your current target. So as long as you can see it, this is your target, and you're going to path after it, and you're going to attack it. In fact, we can do it like this. We can do if L2 distance is less than 2, then you attack it. That's even better. You're going to path towards that destination regardless. This waypoint thing needs to not be a thing. Okay, we're just going to do this jank for now. Yeah, otherwise you just pass towards the next waypoint. Cool. the creeps have spawning. You spawn it in a specific lane. Now what we need to do is we need to make a spawn creep wave function. Void spawn creep wave. So, okay, and we need to know the current creep IDX as well. The current creep index. So we're going to just have a variable that will tell us the creep index. Creep IDX. Creep index is 0. Oops. Spawn creep index %. This PID here. The index or PID? PID. Yeah, and then we do creep dot PID plus agents self num powers, and then you move to creep dot PID. Okay, so the index, this is self num creeps, so like so. Team and lane. So team is 0, lane is 0. And you're going to do this for, let's say we do 3 creeps each. Three creeps per wave. Def int self.creep x equals. Okay. Self.creep index gets spawned in team 0, lane 0. You spawn 1 for team 0, lane 1. Lane. Team in range 2 for lane. No. Obnoxious. Well, we don't need the thing is we don't need to know team here. Because if we know the lane, we do in team. We do if lane and 3, team is 0, team is 1. Boom. So we just need to know lane. So for lane, range 6. And then for iron, range creep. Then you do lane. So for lane and for creep. Is that it? Because this gives you 18 creeps, right? Yeah. That's it. I think that's fine. We need to set the player IDs of all the other creeps to -1, right? Yeah, we're gonna set the .pid, right? Do that in here just easily. See entities. PID 1. Okay, let's start on this. I'm gonna use a restroom real quick. I think we have the very basics of it down. We have the very basic skeleton of like what this needs to be down. So we'll see how it goes from here. Okay. Let's see what we've messed up. This is allowed to be a float, right? Creep path should not have to take yeah, these can be floats. 79 PID. Get entity. Int PID equals Okay, well, at least for compilation, that was quick. Buffer mismatch, expected float got long, that's easy. D-type is numpy. What do we do? Float 32? Float 32 is fine. Well, it's rendering. I doubt anything cool's happening, but it is rendering. We didn't actually call this spawn wave function yet, so there's not going to be anything here to see. We're also going to probably want to switch off of the human mode for rendering. So let's do that. We need to record tick, I guess, the time tick. Int tick. So we do self.tick is 0. Step. We'll do self.tick at the bottom plus equal 1. And we do if self.tick %, what do we do? 100. 20 FPS, isn't it? So once per minute is 1200. Is that right? Spawn creep wave? Something like this. I see stuff spawned. So it actually did spawn the creep waves. We'll have to color these a little differently, right? Type is entity creep. Type creep. If player.team. If player.team. Cool. And then let us, let's see if this renders. Different colored. Perfect. So we do actually get all the different colors here. And now all we have to do is get the entire AI routine to work. Creep. Which is going to be obnoxious. Well, we can do it the slow way first, and we can just do, was it creep AI? num agents self.num towers, self.num creeps, garbage code. Oops. Self.creepAI PID. Can we also, while we're at it here, upscale this thing a little bit? Do we have an upscaler? Right there. Snake. Do we have the upscaler here? Yeah. Let's do upscale. Upscale equals 4. Rescale frame. Let's do this. Whoa. Do you see that? That was cool. Wait, what? Did that actually do something? That was really sweet. Uh, point greater than. I don't know, like this. Waypoint equals 5, maybe. Let's see. What? This actually does something? And then they get stuck here. And these guys got stuck on this tower here, right? So I was thinking I was just going to randomly jitter them a little bit. This is so cool. Wait, we actually have this. Does this actually kind of work? Like, is that a thing? I'm sure this is going to take tons of tuning, but yeah. Okay, the first thing I want to do is, yeah, that's what I was literally about to do, is I want to jitter them. Did I just say that, or did you come up with that independently? I want to jitter them a little bit. Oh, I said it. Do you know, I'm kind of getting annoyed with the amount of stuff I'm doing, because this is like actually leaving me brain dead by the time I actually I start working on stuff. Frickin' this freaking run is like kicking my ass. This is also followed by powerlifting. So I'm just like absolutely burning myself here. Ugh. Oh, you think the 1,000 foot elevation gain is bad, huh? Yeah, let's freaking. I've been hitting powerlifting PRs as well, like every week for the last 3 weeks. I don't know. I guess I figured summer was a great time to write code and get in shape and do absolutely nothing else. Um, I did not anticipate how tiring it would be. Here, where's my Sunday run? Okay, yeah, here's the Sunday run is 16 miles with 2,000 feet of elevation gain. Ugh. And actually, that was. There's one even worse one, which is going to be what I have to do this Sunday. Which is frickin'. Where's the stupid thing? Yeah, here. This 30K, 2,400 foot elevation gain. Ugh. That's basically the gain of a ski run. Yeah, but the ski run isn't 19 miles, right? It's here. I'll show you. I don't think there's a good picture. Is this a thing? Is there, can you see satellite? Okay, so yeah, this is what it looks like. Where's the freaking thing? Yeah, this is literally what it looks like. So this is the start of it right there. So you start with this hill. And that one I do run. I do run this one. That's like 100 some odd foot hill. And then you get to the intersection, which point I'm at like one. Well, there's no point I can put it. I can put it up here. So this section I can't run. It's too steep. Oops. And then frickin' if you get to the actual crest of it where I start running here again, is this a garbage picture? Oh no, it just takes a second to load. Yeah, so this is about where it crests. And you can see the elevation. I mean, you start down here, so it's a 500-foot hill. Frickin' this dish thing. Drive me nuts. Yeah. So there, that's enough bitching for today. But if you're wondering why I can barely string two sentences together, that is why. At least hopefully I can code some very basic creep AI. That's easier than sentences, isn't it? Let's do the jitter. Let's add jitter here. To creep. It's the pathing that you need to add the jitter to. What's the random float thing in, hold on. Random float in Python. I want to find a fast function. Ython. We'll try this. Plus rand. Let's just do it into float rand y 0.1 times 0.5 like this. And we're gonna do 0.2, I think, 20% jitter. So does that do it though? That might do it. Let's see if that does anything different. They don't really seem to jitter, do they? And they definitely don't seem to fight and do other stuff. Bonk. Well, that looks like jitter. That one got unstuck. Well, let's see if they, why they don't fight and do stuff. Or get, like, attacked. So, creep path. Let's take this off. Let's do it every frame for now, even though it's slow. Oh, no, wait. Because... Right. So... Let's get rid of this for now and do like this. Target PID is the target, else you path. So they got stuck, I guess. It's weird that they got stuck here. I guess the waypoints weren't in a good spot. Well, but the thing is, they're attached to each other here. So are they fighting? What's going on? And why does the jitter not work? The L2 distance is less than 2, then they attack. Oh, I bet the attack function doesn't take into account. Yeah. So grid map empty. Kill creep. D.pid is -1. I think you can just do pid -1, right? Entity.pid is -1, maybe. And then when you do the attacks, creep AI. If creep.pid turn. I actually don't know if there's an asset for this. I should use the different puffer, right? Oh, there the puffers just went flying. Right, the puffers just went flying. There's a puffer. You can kill the enemies. Let's see. Should be some stuck over here, right? Oh, they did. They came and they attacked you. Did you see that? The enemies, they came and they immediately attacked me. They were way too fast. Hello, welcome. This is pretty cool. Do they follow me? No, these ones don't follow me. But these are the creeps. So we gotta fix their waypoints, but oh, look, I don't know why they line up like this. That's funny though. This is actually super cool. Oh. Okay, we gotta fix some stuff with them though. So first of all, as funny as this is, the speedy puffer of death is probably a little bit too fast, right? So let's do... Where is it? Reap. I actually can't believe that this like worked as quickly as it did. That's so funny. dy is going to be self.agent speed times this, I think, right? Okay. Let's recompile this. What? In place. The speedy puffer of death. Okay, here are the puffers. You can see them now, right? They like jitter around a little bit. Oh, it unstuck itself, so now the jitter works because it's a more reasonable amount of jitter. And I think that this waypoint is just wrong from here, or it's trying to get to here maybe. No, it's the waypoint's got to be wrong. A little silly that they don't get unstuck from here. Oop. They did just run into the this enemy and die. This is so cool. So how do we get them to... What's going to be the easiest way to get them to path fully correctly? Because, you know, the way that it is now, they're going to get stuck on all sorts of stuff, right? There's the next wave. You can see that they got stuck on some stuff. Apparently, the pufferfish have a symbiotic relationship with a bacterium that's responsible for producing their poison. Creep acid idea. Hey, pufferfish are actually very friendly. They're very friendly and docile creatures. I just happen to have some assets around for this project, okay? Technically, I do have other assets I could use with like proper characters and animations and stuff. They're not really well set up for continuous movement, though. They're set up for tile-based stuff. Oop. The creep wave is really cool to watch. Works like a charm. It's just the pathing. So... 'Let's figure out at least the issue with the targets first. So waypoints is... 2, 3, and then this next waypoint is Probably the one on the opposite side or something, isn't it? Yeah, because it's mirrored. That's why. So they're trying to go across the map. That's why. Um. I think technically this waypoint thing will work. I'm just going to have to like paint waypoints at some point. So let's just make it work for now. Or actually, look, it's... So this one has to go to the third. This one is correct. This one has to exchange its last piece here. So this piece goes up here. This piece goes, oops, this piece goes here. No, wait. So confusing. Okay. This piece has to come up here. And then this piece has to come down here. Yes. Okay. And then this piece has to come down to here. Let's see if that fixes it. It's still going to get stuck on the towers. Okay. Oh, look. They fight. I think they need more jitter. Or actually, maybe they don't need jitter. Maybe they just need to move randomly when they're stuck. Yeah, let's try that. Float. Wait. Move Y. Reap. Float. Move dest Y is equal to if Agent speed. 2 times agent speed because it's +1 -1. And move 2. Move. Okay. Let's see if that does it. Whoops. Rand X. Don't need this anymore. So now it's a no jitter until it's stuck, and then it jitters a lot. Here come the puppers. This is moving random because I think I did it wrong. This should be if it is empty, not if it's not empty. Okay, this still is not correct because disk Y. You have to make sure that you're not the thing that you're not blocking yourself. It's weird. Because you can move partial squares. Pretty weird how that happened. Let's see. Here they go. Fight, fight, fight. Killed one. Why here? Do they not jitter out of it? Why do they not jitter out of it here is what I want to know. Let's render it with human mode. Eval render mode human. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if we can go find some stuck puffers. Oh. Here are the puffers. They're stuck. Why are you stuck, puffers? Why are the puffers stuck? They should be jittering. No? They don't jitter, they're just stuck. Is that a tower they're getting stuck on? Yeah, but they're supposed to jitter. So I tried to make it here so if the place they're trying to move to. Stupid. It's this. It's not. It's. You have to check that it's not empty. Okay. The bugs. Welcome. It's gonna be so cool when it works. Like, you're gonna see, like, the little... You're basically gonna see, like, a little MOBA game play itself out. Because the waves are just gonna go fight each other until eventually, like, one of them takes a tower. And they'll kind of, like, push back and forth like that for a while. It'll be real cool. Here come the puffers, maybe? Are there any puffers? Or are they stuck? Oh, they're jittering. Wait. I don't understand this. If where they're trying to go is a full tile, and this is not equal, I think. Eventually, this is going to be cool. I'm just saying. Okay. This is promising. Is this it? They got stuck on the edge there. And then they fight. Oh, they took a tower. You saw that? They actually just took a tower. Well, they shouldn't have been able to take the tier 2 that easily. Okay, and then they get deleted by the tier 3. That's so cool. Man, that is, like, okay. The pathing is still crap. But, like, the fact that we have something remotely resembling a mini MOBA in 600 lines of Scython, right? We've got something that actually kind of resembles a mini MOBA in 600 lines of Scython in a way that is formatted for reinforcement learning as well, and will be ultra, ultra fast as soon as we bother to do any optimization on it, because, like, just the way that it's written. Holy. Okay. So they got murked. And now these guys are going to come try to take... Nah, they're going to get wrecked by the tier 3, though they will eventually take a tier 3. Foop. Seems some get stuck in corners. Yeah, it's because of it's bad pathing objectives, I think. They just have bad pathing objectives. Here's another wave. Release the puffers. Boop. We could actually just give the players the creep AI as well, right? And just have them run down mid. Or, like, assign a couple to each lane or whatever. Also, hello, I saw your presentation and been a follower. I do IT work for a living, but enjoy this field immensely and absorb what I can. Yeah, glad to have you here. Hope you find some cool stuff. I've just been streaming my dev lately, and it's been a fun time. Stuff like this is just so cool. I mean, stuff like this is just awesome. I mean, like, look at it. We've got a little bit more tweaking. It's only 5:30. I can do this for another hour at least. Like, we're gonna probably have a way to get something that's looks pretty cool by then, right? Yeah. Let's do that. That'd be fun. For new folks here, all of this stuff is open source. It's all in Pufferlib. If you want to go ahead and give the Puffer a star, Puffer likes stars. Gotta feed the Puffer. It's much appreciated. Let's commit all this real quick. Okay. Spawn creep. Should probably spawn them at their home base, right? Spawn. Let me think. Oh yeah, actually, we can totally do this can just be oops. Self.respawn PID right like this. And then this thing will go into the respawn down here. And this will be spawn Y, spawn X, and player.team entity. Let's do entity. Entity.team is 0. Entity.health, entity. That's not bad, right? Oops. Valid pause. And all these other garbage variables are needed as well, aren't they? Team. Let's do like this then. Oops. We can actually maybe even start training these tomorrow, we'll see. That'd be cool, right? Today's Wednesday? That'd be really sweet if we were training agents tomorrow, I'm just saying. Okay, so here we have the agents. No, where are they? Why are these ones over here? And these ones are down there. What would you be wanting to train them on? Oh, I'd just train them. I'd give them a reward for getting to the other side and see if they learn to, like, fight and do stuff along the way. Right? Just as a little starter thing. I mean, this is very, very early on in this project, right? This is literally the third day I've been working on this, and I haven't done... I think I did, like, 2 7-hour days. It's not that much work. So... It's going to be a little while more before we get something really cool, but just to have some basic something or other working. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. We're going to see how fast I can make it run and all of that, but looking good. This is not needed anymore. Not needed anymore, and we can do respawn PID. Okay, so now we have agents here. They can actually creep block already, which is kind of funny. It's funny how none of the these ones died at all. That's kind of suspicious. Why are the white ones not killing any of the red ones? Like to know that. Is it possible there's like some weird directional bias thing going on? Keep target. Looks fine. Okay, so what do we have to fix from here? It's a good question. I think we can do, is it? How many creeps are there in League? I think it's like 5. Let's add some more creeps. Are any of the white going through? Or is it just all... Let's see. Render mode human. Let's play it. Sometimes cannons. It's a lot of creeps. It's a lot of AI to have to run. So, oops. Follow the minions. Oop. Oh. Are they fighting? No, they're getting mowed that. They're getting mowed down. Holy. Are these things killable? Yeah, they are killable with the abilities. They were taking damage from stuff. One red one took damage. They're pretty cool. Here come the puffers. Run it down mid. Full send. Attack. Lead the puffers to victory. Attack. I died. Full send down mid. I'm in the fountain, killing your dudes. Whoop. And they get mowed down here before they even get to the tier 3, because they only have 2 range. Report puffer feeding. Hey, feeding is completely allowed, okay? You have to feed the puffer. It's required. Feed the puffer. Though I am absolutely going to steal that joke for Twitter. I'm actually going to steal that joke right now. Let me make a GIF. It's 20 FPS. I didn't get a good clip. They're so fast. Why are the puffers so fast? I get a better clip than that. Okay, I'm gonna have to do it off screen and I'll just show it because I can't drag the window and play at the same time. Yeah, okay, that's a good clip. I'll show it. Let's let it save. You actually have to play the MOBA well in order to get a good clip. That's so funny. You actually have to be good. You have to be good at the puffer feeding game. I should get rid of these blue squares actually for a clip, right? It would look way better. Yeah, I forgot about those. Okay, one more try. Oops. Why is this all called puffer? Uh, well, there's some personal reasons, but the main thing is that this is an infrastructure library. I have nothing visual to show you for what this library does or like stuff about it. So you know what? Screw it. Here, have a pufferfish. That's the reason. And it's very funny, it's very memeable, and you can like feed the puffer lots of different libraries and environments and it gets bigger. So it's fun. That's about it. I know what you were expecting. Deep puffer lore. Oops. Heck. On. Okay. Well, we'll get this clip. Okay. Perfect. The towers can be coral. Yeah, they totally could be. Oh, my puffers are feeding and my RL noob team camps fountain. uh, it's funny. uh, oh, I like that so much. This is awesome. I'm actually surprised how well this thing works. I did not expect it to actually be kind of fun on day 3. Ugh. Okay. What do we do next here? So it's 5:46. Um, I don't want to quite go until 7 today, I don't think. Maybe I will. We'll see. Let me think what I want to do though. There's a lot we can do with from here now that we have the basic. Let's open the dock. Also, I'm curious if my carb sweep has done anything. Let's see. Is Wanby not working? Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So, currently implemented. How much are you wanting to simulate a typical MOBA game session? The goal for this is to be a stripped down MOBA that will still be like kind of fun to play. Not like, oh, I want this to be a thing on Steam, but like, it's kind of fun to play around with, which is more than you can say for most RL environments. I want it to be stupidly fast to run. Bare minimum is 1,000,000 frames per second. Though I think I would really rather have this be more like 2 to 5 million frames per second if I can manage that. We'll see. We're going to want to have this thing. Let me think what else. Well, we need to have at least the basics of a MOBA, right? So there are 3 lanes. There are 5 heroes. The heroes have somewhat different abilities, right? There's probably going to be some sort of experience, so heroes can level up. There may or may not be items. It might just be experience. We'll see. There are creeps. Maybe different types of creeps, maybe not. We'll see what we do with that. What else is there to a MOBA? It's mostly it, to be honest. Think just like really stripped down basic MOBA. It's still going to be interesting. It has to have interesting strategy to it. Like there has to still be, like here, it should be the case that if I put like a 2,000 elo Dota team up against an 8,000 elo or MMR Dota team in this game, like the 2K one would get murked because they're like there should be some sort of cool strategy or whatever. When can I add my credit card for new puffer skins? It's all open source. You can download the thing right now. Yeah. The only monetization for any of this work is going to be like if companies start using my stuff and want support contracts or stuff like that, then yeah, I can do that. But other than that, this is all just open source dev, make reinforcement learning awesome. Currently implemented. We've got basic map, movement, attack, basic skills, basic creep AI, creep waves and AI. Things that we could implement, things we can implement. Levels, more stats maybe. Hero specific stuff with more skills, some better UI. What would a good duration to complete each run session with that speed? Good question. I actually don't know how long I want the games to be. Yeah, no idea. We'll see. Could be a few minutes, could be a few tens of minutes, you know? Anywhere between like, what is it, like a Dota burst game or whatever? What's like the rapid Dota mode? Dota Turbo? How long do Turbo games last? LCK games 20 to 23 minutes. That's still going to be pretty long for RL. We'll see. Oh, we also need neutral camps, better map, better enemy AI, maybe some scripted AI players. I think adding some stats and like levels and stuff is probably going to be the main thing, right? Like maybe we add mana. We probably don't need to add like skill cooldowns and stuff. But we probably at least need to add mana. Yeah, let's add like mana and stuff. That sounds fun. We can do that real quick. Dude, this is just so cool to me though, like the fact that we actually have this working at all and it's actually like kind of cool. I hope the puffers are feeding. Oh man, I missed all the fun parts. Let me show you how fun this is. I'll show you the overhead of it. It's really cool. There go the creep waves. They fight. Ba-da-da. Take tower. The tower's HP and stuff they're not balanced yet, but Radiant has no towers. They got murked. Yeah. I don't know. For some reason, it seems like Dire has an advantage. They should be the same in theory, but they keep getting murked. Pretty nice, though. And the whole code is less than 600 lines of Scython so far. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. Load to mana. Load to max mana. And we do... Where is it? d.mana is max mana. And... move 2. Or is it? I've got to start winning on the sleep game more so that I can actually be fresh for this dev. It's like disgusting. I need like over 9 hours of sleep to function these days. It's ridiculous. With all the running. I'm definitely a bit tired here. Let me think. What are we gonna do? Did I not have it in a knit somewhere? No, I guess it's in reset. Reset. And cut these out because it will respawn. Add 1 mana. So skill attack here. Now we do this one takes 30 mana. I don't know, random number. Return. Player.mana minus equal 30. And then this one takes player.mana. This one takes 50 mana. Okay. Now we have to add the mana bars. If we could just get like 30 billion likes on that tweaked and like 1,000,000 stars on Pufferlib, that would be great. Then I wouldn't have to worry about any of the other stuff. It'd be great. All right, so this, all we have to do is add the overhead bars now and we're set, right? All we gotta do is add the overhead bars. bars. I don't know, does it do it? Is it entity player 0? Where are my mana bars? Oh, they're green. Ah. Let's make the mana bars better. I actually kind of like the idea of making it just take the full bar. And have it that be just like global cooldown. Okay, so now we have the puffers, right? Boom. Boom. Okay. Mana puff. Let's make it just take the full bar. Because like, you can't really... You would have to like put cooldowns anyways, otherwise you just hold the key. Okay. Gotta be really good at the puffer MOBA here. Defend the tower. Boom. Boom. It's hard. It's hard to defend the puffer tower. Oop. Keep forgetting to... Oh, that's why it's so fast, because I have it on double, okay. So it should be a little easier. Here go the puffers. We follow the minion wave. Boom. And they absolutely mark you. It's a nice, that actually works very, very well. Here's the next wave. You follow the wave, right? Boom. We fix the, let's fix up a couple small things. Creep path, creep target. Yeah, I don't know why they damage for 5. That's ridiculous. Let's give the towers like some reasonable health. What did the Dota give them? Let's check. Where does it have the health? I just want to get an idea of how... Oh, yeah, 1,800. Tier 2, 2,500. This is armor as well, though. And tier 3 is only 2,500. What about the league ones? Inhibitor, it's quicker to destroy, actually. They actually have less and less health. It's funny. $1,800, 2,500, 2,500 seems good. $500. Okay, so now we've got to adjust the attack damages. What is... Let's make like 200 DPS. What's like your health at level 1, actually? Level 1 hero health? I'm just trying to get a sense of scale. League is anywhere between 450 and 900 health at level 1, right? I think that's what I remember. So it's better to make numbers lower in RL, but let's do... So this is going to be 500. 500 max mana. Or it doesn't need to be. Creep health is, say, 200. Is that reasonable? I don't know. $100 is good. And let's see how this changes stuff. So the creep AI, they're going to attack with 5 now, which is 100 DPS, I think. Yeah. And then skill attack is going to be 200 damage. The skill nuke tower is going to do player is going to do how much DPS? 200 DPS maybe? No, that's crazy. I set the minion one way too high, didn't I? Okay, they do 40 DPS. Player can do 100 DPS, I think. All right, see you around. Thanks for dropping by. I'm heading out as well soon. I'm just going to try to make this like feel reasonable. Attack. Tower attack. They do 100 DPS. And the towers are going to do 60 DPS. And 10, maybe like this. Let's see how this feels. Yeah, so the tower does kill you, which is appropriate. Can I go drop a nuke on the tower like this? Yep. And then you can go heal, right? This. And you can go kill the tower the rest of the way. And the tier 2 is much stronger. Whoops. Have you made some good progress? See for yourself. We've got some creep AI. Boop. We've got creep AI. We've got towers that mark you. Kind of have a little mini MOBA now. You've got mana. Movement feels really good. Attack could be a little better. We'll have to do a little bit on the human player control side, but if you wait here, you'll see a whole wave of minions spawn. These guys are dumb. They've not been reinforcement learned yet. Okay, here's our wave. So we're going to go with the wave. And we're going to still get wrecked by the tier 2 tower because I haven't implemented leveling yet. But we're going to kill this whole wave with our skill. And we did some damage to the tower. There you go. Pretty cool, though. Okay. So 616. Let me think. We could start just implementing some of the basic hero skills, or at least designing them, right? Why don't we design some of the hero skills? So you get are you self-taught or did you do college? I have a bachelor's of science from Stanford and a PhD from MIT. Just finished the PhD 2 months ago. Let's design some of these skills for let's design some of these skills. So the problem is I haven't played enough Dota. I've played a little bit of League. All right, so it's like, right, there's like, we need like support. Usually has like some engage or heal or whatever skill. There's was it the bottom is like a carry roll, which is like high DPS squishy, usually. And then there is mid, which is like usually also high DPS squishy, but like a bit less DPS and some more sustain or some more like 1v1 ability. And then there is like top, which is the tank, usually tank roll, And there's jungle, which is like some sort of like, well, it depends if it's a scaling character. But usually has like some clear ability. Not always, actually. Some of them have really shit clear. Usually has like some way to kill. Jungle position is really varied, isn't it? Jungle's kind of varied. You've got like the assassin types. You've got brawler types. Really varied. That doesn't actually have like a well-defined identity, does it? I mean, we could make it well-defined, right? So let's just say this, let's say the jungle role has like really good clear, right? Clear and has clear and assassinate or something, right? Let me see. Tank role has like sustain. This is what I get for having been frickin' bronze in League and having barely played it. I'm learning how to code right now. Is CS 50 from Harvard good? I don't know any of Harvard's curriculum. Stanford's courses were all right. I think a lot of them are online as well. But yeah, you can probably do just about any intro course to be starting. I don't know, pick something that you enjoy. Pick something where the lecture is not completely boring. Mid, top, and jungle can all be interchangeable depending on the hero and meta. Yeah, but the thing is, I don't want it to all be interchangeable, right? Like, I just want to design 5 heroes and have it be a mirror match. Like, we're not going to do a drafting stage with reinforcement learning. That would be a pain. So I just want to, like, make some cookie cutter roles and to see, like, if they can, like, do something with those roles. And I'm going to exaggerate it a whole bunch. Oh, no, welcome. So what I'm doing here, this is MOBA for reinforcement learning. I'll show you what it looks like right now. This is day 3 of the project, so I really just started it. But, I mean, it is playable and it is kind of fun already. Let me go grab it. So here are our minions. We've got some basic skills that we can use. Yeah, nuke them. And now we're going to fight the tier 1 tower, and we're going to get murked. So let's run away. We also have a heal skill. So I heal, cost my full mana bar. And now, when the wave comes, we can go and attack it again, I guess. Haven't implemented leveling, haven't implemented classes. This is basically it. But this is going to run super fast for reinforcement learning. The target for this is going to be bare minimum of 1,000,000 frames per second. And I think it's going to be much faster than 1,000,000 frames per second. Not rendered frames, but local state frames. Either way, you're going to be able to train this thing very fast. Goal is for it to be like, you know, mildly fun. Maybe has like some interesting strategy to it, so it's not just dead simple. Okay, here are the puffers. Boom. We nuke them. And now we attack. Attack. Almost killed it. Okay. That's the game anyways. We're designing some roles here for the end of the day. So top just has a ton of sustain and some way to aggro as well. Usually some way to aggro, I guess. some sort of like thing with that. Jungle has clear and assassinate. Mid is, let's just do like mid tanky, mid damage. It's like a little bit of both. It's a good 1v1 character. We'll have to think about what we do for that. Yeah, I know that there's the magic versus fizz split, but I wasn't wanting to implement that. So I was trying to figure out, like, what is the identity of these characters, right? Like, what is it that makes them suited to the particular lane? I got the carry right. It's pretty much always a high DPS squishy, right? The support can be... I think what we're going to do is we're going to give the support an AoE heal, and we're going to give it... we need to give it one other thing, don't we? Maybe we give it like a pushback or something to keep the carry safe. Stun is harder to implement than pushback, but yeah, basically same thing. We'll make it pretty aggressive. Carry gets... It's a high DPS squishy. So... The carry is usually just attack damage, right? And then has maybe some like minor extra skills. Is the game code going to be open source? My friend, the code is open source as I'm developing it. I pushed 10 minutes ago. It's in this ini config branch for now, but it'll get merged up. Go ahead and give the puffer a star to feed the project and enjoy. Everything goes into pufferlib. It's all open source. So this needs to have like high scaling. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm streaming it for this. It's fun, right? So this is gonna have like scaling ADC, right? It's a scaling attack damage carry, so it's attack damage. And maybe has like... They don't usually have crazy nukes is the thing, right? Mid is the one that usually has a crazy nuke, or jungle. Mobility skill. If the carry has a mobility skill, yeah, I guess they have defensive stuff often. Mobility is easy to implement as well. I was just trying to figure out who to give it to, right? Like, I was wondering, I was probably going to give, like, the, so, like, here, I was going to give the jungle, like, an AoE damage, like, an AoE clear, like, AoE, clear, like, minions only, and then, like, a, like, TP plus burst damage, something like that. Another thing we can play with is attack range. So, like, you, sometimes the carry has, like, long attack range. I'm back, but I saw you were looking at HP scaling and roles. Yeah, I was looking at this HP scaling, and now I'm trying to figure out I'm gonna finish this up in the next maybe 15 minutes or so for the day. I just want to come up with the skills. And then tomorrow we'll implement all the skills and we'll have like 5 distinct characters. We might add some animations even. We'll make it really fun. So the support gets an AoE heal, maybe pushback. Carry gets... We figured out what the carry stat-wise is. I mean, I could also just, like, go grab a bunch of characters and steal their skills, right? Mid tanky actually usually has, like, some sort of nuke. Not always mid tanky. It's usually magic, like you said, which is based around the spells more than anything. So it has, like, average attack damage and then, like, some good spells. Yeah. So, like, maybe the spell is... Maybe it has, like, a mid-range nuke spell. And then maybe it has, like an AoE. I'm thinking of, like, Lena, right? And then it also has, like, an AoE damage. Spells make them scale much better with the solo XP they get from being mid. Yeah. But then the carry scales even better, but the carry is just way harder to farm up, which is why the carry needs a support, right? Yeah. So the top can have like a self-heal for sustain. Support gives an AoE heal. And then aggro will be like maybe a pull. That's like a Mordekaiser, right? What's the Twitch channel for this? JSuarez 5341. Oops. Yeah, there you go. You can watch on either. It's always live on everywhere. It's on X, YouTube, and Twitch. And I post all the updates on X, Twitter, whatever. Lots of stuff. So let's do, this has a self-heal. Let's see, high HP. Has a self-heal and has a pull with damage. Mid has like medium HP. Mid-range nuke spell AoE damage. Top and support usually have silences. We're not doing silences. We're not doing anything that's going to be like, that's going to add hundreds of... We're not doing anything that's going to add like 100 lines of code for one skill. Let's put it that way. If there's like a good mechanic that would take 50 lines, then sure. But we're keeping it relatively simple. Because basically, everything that goes wrong, I have to debug not only for the game, but I also have to debug when like RL agents learn something weird, and I have to figure out what the bug is based on the weird thing that the RL agents learned how to do. So like everything that can be exploited will be exploited by RL agents that can't complain in forums. Okay, so port has an AoE heal and a pushback. Medium HP. Carry is going to be low HP. It's usually low armor or something, but we're going to translate that as low HP. I don't think... Does armor have a use case for this? Is like armor really important? I don't think so. Low HP, really good scaling AD. Yeah, it gets interpreted as effective HP by the player. So we've got medium HP, low HP. This is high plus scaling AD. It's actually not usually. It's usually like just scaling AD, not high AD from the start necessarily. Long range. Range. Do medium range. Long range. It needs 2 spells as well. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I was going to do just everything is raw HP. That's what I was going to do. I figured that would be easier. This is, for context here, this is not intended to be like even a 1 month project. This is supposed to be like a 2 weeks and done project. So, yeah. There's a lot of stuff to fix in reinforcement learning. Can't be stuck on anything for too long. I will spend, a little longer than that if we're solving other stuff in reinforcement learning in the process. But generally, like just for building an environment, getting some agents trained on it, and like releasing a cool benchmark, like 2 weeks. We'll have to come up with spells for this. Medium HP, medium AD, medium range. Usually has like some medium range nuke spell. And maybe some like long range AoE or something like this. So top has high HP, high AD, melee. Gonna have a self heal, and it's gonna have a pull that does some damage. Jungle is gonna have a really high damage AoE clear. It's gonna have medium HP, medium AD, AoE clear that only works on minions, and also has a teleport that does like really high like assassinate damage essentially. So that'll be cool. Oh, melee. So I guess this would be high AD then if it's melee, right? You have you're gonna have high AD since it's melee. So the top and the jungle both have high AD. It's just that the top is way tankier and doesn't have the burst damage. Okay, this is looking good. And then mid is fine, carry is fine, support is fine. Okay. We're missing right now. The only thing that we are missing is the carry spells. And I'm kind of at a loss here because like, what have I played as carry? I haven't played carry in Dota. I've only played I've played like Misfortune in League and Caitlyn. Support get long range and carry be low range. Yeah, there are low range carries. That's like a harass support, I guess. Attack, damage, steroid passives on hit effects. Supports would do the trading, but pull back as carries get stronger. Making me want to play some League, and I know I'm not, like, that game is not fun. I know it. Game is tilting as hell. I need some, if I'm gonna do low damage, like, I would need a character to model it off of. Like, what's like a melee or low damage carry? Not doing attack speed. I was gonna do everything just in terms of, like, DPS. The attacks get applied every frame. I guess I technically could do attack speed. Wouldn't be that hard. Attack speed might actually be worth implementing, come to think of it. So I don't want to base it off of that. If I decide to do attack speed, like, the thing should work with or without attack speed, because, like, high attack speed is the same as just, like, high DPS. League bottom cares. I'm, like, not remembering any of these. Oh, I guess, like, there totally are characters, right? There's, like, not that many of them. Yasuo, I guess, is melee, but then has longer range abilities that are more complicated. Gyrocopter? Okay, yeah. What are his spells? Delayed secondary explosions. Facets? Oh, here are the abilities. Nearby. So it has this channel thingy. Damn it, the Dota spells are complicated. Yeah, I've seen a gyrocopter like a total of once. I want to look up CM. It's like a classic, right? So this is a slow. It's like a weaken, okay. That's hard to implement. Okay, so this is a root. More than a root, okay. Yes. Mana regen. Where's your ultimate? Yeah, this channeled slow and damage. Wraith King. Just trying to get an idea. Summoning skeletons. Damage, stun, slow. Not simple to implement, I'll tell you. Phantom Assassin. I've got like a few skills in my head that are like, okay, that's like a high impact thingy. The problem is implementing like roots and stuff is obnoxious. The thing, like, whenever you do like something that has a duration, then you have to implement like a timer to tick down on that duration for everything that it affects. Which is like, so I'd have to add like, well, to be fair, that's actually not that hard. I'm just being stupid. Yeah, but it's actually really easy. All I have to do is I just do, I have to add one attribute to the struct that's just like rooted. And then the rooted will just have like the number of ticks remaining, right? And then every frame you just decrease that counter by 1, and you can't move if it's greater than 0. That's that easy for a root. Same thing for a stun. Okay, so actually, roots and stuns I could do. Slow wouldn't be that bad. Root, stun, slow. Buffs, these not that bad. Why not map the expiration timestamp into a dict, and then index into it at each timestamp? Oh, my friend. We don't have dictionaries where we're going. You think this is Python? You think I'm writing Python here? This ain't no Python. It's Python. Python very fast. No dictionaries. Python OP. We ain't got no dictionaries. Okay, I'm willing to do rooted. And by the way, when I say I'm willing to do, there needs to be a reason to do it. Like, there has to be something cool that you can do. Like, let me think, let's put it this way. I want you to be able to explain this entire game to anybody who's played Dota or League in 5 minutes, right? Or less. 5 minutes or less. You should be able to explain this whole game to anybody who has played, like, Dota or League. Let's say anybody who's, like, played enough games to actually rank, right? At most 5 minutes. And I want it to be as cool as possible, given that constraint. Like, I want it to be as cool as possible and like, oh, okay, maybe there's some interesting strategies here within those constraints. And I will crowdsource a little bit of this development to you guys, because I think that that would be fun. So, stun, easy to implement. Root, easy to implement. Slow, I can implement that. Aura, I can implement. If I have to do passives, I can implement, like, a damage or a mana buff or something like that aura. I can do that. Some auras are hard. Like, I don't want to have to implement like a some auras are hard. I'll leave it at that. I can implement teleports. I can implement push. I can implement pull. I can implement AoEs. I can implement quite a lot of stuff, just not everything. We're not doing summons. We're not doing like fancy one-offs. We're not freaking doing controlling neutral creeps to use their abilities. I could make the neutral creeps controllable, technically with RL, but we are not going to be able to make the RL agent take control of the neutral creeps as the player character. That's incredibly hard. I did think about making the creeps as well part of the AI, but you know, the fundamental game is part of it is that the AI is dumb. I can do lifesteal potentially. I can do lifesteal. The way that I would like to think about this is like, I don't know. Maybe you just think of like 5. Will there be items, gold, and experience? There will be experience and leveling. Not decided yet whether there will be items and gold. I personally think I'm going to incredibly regret it if I add an item system, because making characters buy items is incredibly painful. Yeah. I was just gonna make it be a nice chunk of experience for like beating, like for taking down a tower or whatever. Even OpenAI 5 scripted the item builds, I'm pretty sure. So one way to think about this would be to pick like, you know, 5 iconic characters and then try to go as close to them as we could, right? Like Lena's a really cool mid, right? I don't know, like CM is a cool support or something like that. What's like the really obnoxious engage tank? Is it Tal Cash or something? Cash. Is it Dota or is this League? Is this League? Nope. Axe. Taunts. Might even be Heroes. I don't know. It's not Heroes of New Earth. I'm just remembering the name wrong. What's the big frog character that like jumps into the middle and like, I don't know, roots everybody or whatever else? Tom Kench. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Tom Kench. Yeah, this dude. This freaking ability right here, right? Has this really good engage? Or is it this that I'm thinking of? No, it's this engage right here I'm thinking of. I thought there was a Dota one, though. Is there not a frog in Dota? Is there not, like, this frog that, like, has, like, a really good engage in Dota? Or am I thinking of this guy? Don't think there is. Not a single fond memory of this guy. Tidehunter. Dota maintainer name is called Ice Frog, yeah. I remember seeing like some the engaged supports that have like the really powerful stuns or roots or whatever are cool. Or not supports, whatever this guy is. I don't know. I don't play enough. Look, I've played, I don't know, 6,000 hours of MMOs probably at least. I've played comparably very little MOBAs. I'm giving it like 5 more minutes tonight, guys. Let's come up with a couple things because as soon as I get on tomorrow, I'm going to start implementing. So I want to get like what this is going to be. So the support Tidehunter Ravage. It's got to be that. Yup, it's this thing. Does he have like a teleport as well, or just that? Yeah, I remember like the tentacle things being like the really obnoxious stun. I thought it was Dota as well. Blink Dagger. Okay, yeah, Blink Ravage. Yeah, that's what it was. Hooks, very iconic like Pudge. Yeah, we can do... It can't be a skill shot. We're not doing skill shots, but I can do a hook. I can do a pull. I can do a targeted pull, or I can do like an AoE pull. That's what I can implement. Okay, I'm going to just give you guys your toolkit, okay? This is what you can have. You can have targeted or AoE push, pull. You guys can have a stun, root, slow. You guys can have like damage over time, aura, heal over time, aura, or something like that as a passive. Frick mana boost, aura if you want. I don't really think they're needed. You can have single target or AoE spells centered on a target enemy. No skill shots. You can have teleport to target, only to a specific target. You can have self/AoE heal. I think that's everything. Build something with this. Copying iconic heroes, yeah. So, okay, if we're going to copy iconic heroes, let's do it a little bit better then, right? So we can do 3 abilities. So, yeah, let's do like this then. So, model for support is going to be Lena. Oh, no, that's not support. That's mid. I forgot that I played Lena as support because I'm stupid. Let's start with this then. Model is going to be Lena. Medium HP. Medium AD. Has an attack scaling buff, which is a little awkward to implement. That's hard, but has a medium range nuke. Longish range AoE, and a stun. AoE stun, right? Then we've got, whoops, carry. I'm going to wait on you guys for the carry because all I know is, like, I know Caitlyn and, like, Miss Fortune and stuff in League. I don't really know any in Dota. Support. Like, a hook support, maybe? With a pull? That doesn't combo very well with a range carry. I'm going to work my hardest to make Juggernaut a thing in Puffer Live. I can technically share this doc if you guys want. I don't know. If you guys delete it on me, you delete it on me. I don't really care. Oh, come on. These are both wrong. Hold on. There's your link. Juggernaut is top, right? Juggernaut is top, right? With the spin. Spin to win. That's a hard ability. Oh, Juggernaut's a kid. Who the hell am I thinking of? There's like a Juggernaut type character in who has like a spin to win. No, it's not Garen. Is it not just Juggernaut? Am I dumb? No, I'm dumb. I don't know what it is. Oh, Juggernaut is the carry with the spin. Okay. I think I got Juggernaut and Garen crossed in my head, though. Channeled ability is really hard to do. Technically, you don't have to eat the whole mana bar. I could... Well, wait. I know how to make channeled abilities. I don't know how to make them with a cooldown, but I do know how to make channeled abilities. We can do channeled abilities. We can absolutely do channeled abilities. Okay. So we want Juggernaut? There's not really going to be much range on the team is the one annoying thing. Okay, so if we're going to do the carry as Juggernaut, Juggernaut has... Doesn't he have decent HP? Decent HP, like medium HP? I don't know. You're going to have to correct stuff. Are you going to do magic immunity that comes with it? Nope. That's hard. No turn speed melee carries can be a thing. There's no turn speed. Fast attack speed, which is high DPS. So high AD, I guess we'll do that. Move speed we can do. And he's got like a channeled AoE. Damage over time, I guess. What else he got? What else we got? Yeah, he can move with it. That's fine. I can implement that. I know how to implement that. I don't know how to do the animations, but I know how to implement it. Oh, this frickin' lantern? Is this the thing that you place that he can recall to? What is this? This is his main, right? He's got a heal. I can't make a controllable heal, but I can do a self AoE heal. That's kind of weird on a carry, though, right? If we're keeping stuff simple, like, wouldn't we put the heal on a support? Omni Slash. Well, Omni Slash is just, yeah, I'm not going to get one-to-one examples. We're just looking, like, look, this is the goal. I'm going to repeat this one more time. And The goal here is not to make like a good MOBA, right? The goal here is to make something that is mildly entertaining to play, that you can explain everything in to somebody who has played League or Dota in 5 minutes, and that will have like interesting enough strategies that we can see maybe RL will do some cool stuff, and not so crazy complicated that we're going to be balancing it forever as like RL exploits everything. It's going to be a mirror match 5v5. And to be honest, I would actually prefer it if the whole code for this were closer to like 1,000 than 1,500 lines. So we've got the basis of the game, like 400 lines to implement some abilities, some minor mechanics, and like leveling. Right? Not bad. Hi, AD. Juggernaut as a carry feels way more like well, I guess this is a League versus Dota thing, right? Like Juggernaut feels like it would be a like a jungler in League, wouldn't it? It's got an AoE that's good for clear, right? I guess Garen is top, so it could also be a top. Yeah, I Juggernaut feels like it would be a top character in League, wouldn't it? Maybe I'm not understanding. It's like a top character type. Do we want to do How about we do Juggernaut as the top then? We do like that as the basis, but we use it as the top. So like hold on. I don't know why I put so wait. Yeah, let's do channeled AoE damage over time. He's got a self heal, which is what we'll interpret his lantern as instead of an AoE heal, because that fits the top identity better, I think, is selfish. And he's got a Omni Slash is Omni Slash a suppress as well? What does Omni Slash do? Drow Ranger. Is Drow Ranger kind of like an Ashe or like a like an Ashe or like a Caitlyn or something like that? Like an Ashe, okay. You can't be hit, but randomly you hit one target within the AoE. That's kind of weird. Okay, that doesn't fit as well with the tank as much. Um, hmm. Let's do... I don't know how much I like the idea of having there be multiple... Well, this is actually kind of a good engage, right? So let's just do there be a, have like some sort of like engage... What about like an engage dot, right? That's kind of what it's like. It's like a heavy engage dot, right? Heavy engage dot. That's kind of like an Omni Slash. Minus the you can't... Yeah, I mean, it's not perfect. That's a cool thing for a tank to do. It's got a self-heal. It's got a channeled AoE dot, and he's got a heavy engage dot. Right? And we did him as top here. Okay. I mean, this is about as close as I get to Juggernaut in Pufferlib, right? Mid will do. Lena's got a nuke, a long range AoE, and an AoE stun. That's pretty set. We need an ADC, which is like a bottom. So model is gonna be. Wait, we didn't put model. Model, Juggernaut. Model is going to be. Since we have a melee, we've got melee top, we've got melee jungle as well. So I'd kind of like to do a ranged bottom maybe. But then we can't really make as good use of the hook, can we? If we wanted to do like a hook support. Oh, a hook support still totally knocks you out of position though, right? It still totally knocks you out of position. I just don't know how polished the mechanics will be that'll matter, right? Like, if you get hooked, are you happier to get hooked into, like, a Caitlyn or into, like, a big melee bruiser, right? We can do it anyways. Caitlyn has traps, so Caitlyn's not an amazing model. Point targeted hook would be busted because it's guaranteed. Okay. Okay, so we'll do it. So model is kind of going to be like an MF or a Caitlyn. Low HP. Scaling AD. Long range. And they get hooked, they can be slowed forever. Drow Ranger. To be out of position. Okay. Drow. I'll add... Because I'm not going to be... I'm going to take abilities from all these because I can't implement all of their abilities. So they're only a select number I can actually implement with these constraints. So... from MF, I'm going to take the move speed buff. I'm going to take like a move speed channel. MF has one of those. I'm going to take a targeted slow plus damage, like a Drow, right, or an Ash. That kind of a character. And then... the thing that a bottom, though, like the thing that an ADC brings is they usually bring like a really strong ability to a team fight, right? Not always. They just bring raw damage. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'm wrong there. They usually have some other cool tool, though. Maybe something to help them farm. Maybe they have like a medium damage targeted AoE. Yeah, they'll scale hard on auto attack damage. I was just giving him 3 abilities. Okay. Jungle. I kind of like a Nocturne or like some sort of like assassin type. Yi or something. So I want to have, so this is like medium HP, high AD, melee. They're going to have a AoE clear that only hits minions, right? TP plus burst. And one other thing. Google Docs BIS for product management. So the difference between product management is that I'm not writing this doc for somebody else to implement. I'm implementing it myself. Right? This is not echoing, right? I have this muted. Yeah. Well, I figured that this would be a fun thing to like kind of design this with the stream as well, right? And this is going to be my job to implement this tomorrow. So jungle needs one more thing. Did you see the environment at least? Oops. No, it's gotten way better since this one. This? Oh, this is not. This is smite insta-kill minion button. That's pretty much what I was thinking. Maybe not insta-kill, but yeah, this is the environment, by the way. I don't know if you saw it. We've got the puffers who are on their way to feed. They fed. I have a nuke button. And then this tower is very strong. So I also have an insta-heal that I can use right now. So I'm full HP. And I can keep damaging the tower a little bit. But they're going to kill me real quick. Oop. Okay, killed one tower. Anyways. Jungle. What do we add? That's some big progress, good stuff. Yeah, this is day 3. This is day 3 of this project. Not even putting in really good hours, like pulling maybe 7-hour days. Being pretty tired. I don't know. Definitely not bringing my A+ game here. Maybe my A- game. Move speed boost for the jungle. Yeah. I gave one of those to the carry already, though, right? I did give one of those to the carry. No, it already has a blink. It's got the TP plus burst damage here. Maybe I don't need to give the move speed boost to the support. I mean the carry. Is there something else we can give a carry? It's got a targeted slow. How about instead of a move speed channel, we give it like a push me plus target apart? I can implement that pretty easily, I think. And then we'll give this to this. Yeah, I was thinking of like Caitlyn's net, which like roots. We could also do Caitlyn's net thing that roots, right? That thing roots, right? Yeah. Something like that. Net slows. Target. I don't know. I don't play very much. These. TP burst. Quinn has a push where she bolts off the enemy. Okay, I mean, we're going to have to fine-tune all this stuff, I'm sure. AoE clear. We'll just give this one like a move speed channel for jungling. That's a pretty nice fit with jungle. You have to move all over the map. So jungle, bottom, top, mid. We forgot support, right? Who's the model for support? The hook, like Pudge. It's like a Pudge or a Thresh. Like that. Medium HP, low AD. Well, it's medium AD actually because it's melee, right? Has a hook. So it's got a hook, which is just a pull. AoE heal maybe. And what else do we need? We need one more ability for this guy. Pudge Dota. These freaking ads are so gross. Is this playing? Yeah, okay, it's not playing. Whatever. Meat hook. Oh, he's got a damage over time. That's kind of cool, right? We already gave a damage over time, like a simple damage over time, though, to the top. You want to give it a stun? We could give him a stun, maybe. How many stuns are on the team? Mid has a stun. Bottom has a slow. That's probably decent. We can give one more stun on the team. Just like, let's just do like single target stun. So all in all, 15 abilities to implement. Plus some stats and stuff, mechanics. I'm going to go through this one more time. And then I think I'm going to sign off for the evening here, though. It's funny how the stream picks up at this hour. Really awesome. Thanks for the support with this stuff. It's a fun time just doing your dev here and actually having people like chip in on stuff and such. Yeah, but people, I guess this is Pacific time because it's 7:23 Pacific here, which is late EST. My hours are screwy. Like I'm gonna try to be in bed in an hour and a half because I get up at 6 to run. So okay, support is kind of like a Pudge Thresh character. It's got medium HP, medium AD, it's melee. We'll figure out move speeds if we're going to do like variable move speeds for different characters or not. We'll figure that out. It's got a hook, which can pull. There are no skill shots, so it's just targeted. An AoE heal. It's got a single target stun. Mid is something like Alina. Medium HP, medium AD. It's got a medium range, very high damage ability. Long range AoE, as well as a AoE stun. Medium range. We've got the top, which is, yes, everything I do is open source. All I ask is that you give Pufferlib a star on the way in. And what I just have been working on now is in the ini, ini config? Some dev branch, but it's in here. It's in Pufferlib, environments, ocean, and this is all the stuff I've been working in on stream. You've got the crazy fast, like massively multi-agent, basically Slither IO environment. You've got the MOBA I've been doing. You've got all these grid environments. It's all in here. All free and open source. Okay. Top is basically a Juggernaut type character. Medium HP, high AD. Move speed, maybe we do that. Has a channeled AoE damage over time, a self heal. So there are 2 heals on the team. One's an AoE and one's a self. And has a heavy engage damage over time. So 2 different damage over times. This is a single target one. This is an AoE one. Engage is like a teleport or move speed or something like that, we'll see. Bottom is modeled off of all of like the long range poke type characters. Low HP, scaling AD, long range. We're gonna do something like Caitlyn's net or something where they have some movement to get back, as well as to like slow or stun or whatever the target. They have a targeted slow that does some damage. They've got a medium damage targeted AoE that's mainly for harass and for farm. Jungle, I was thinking like model is like here. Model is like a Nocturne or something. Assassin. Medium HP, high AD, melee. Has a very nice AoE clear for jungling. Has a teleport that does burst damage, so it has like a blink assassinate kind of a thing. And a move speed channeling ability to get around the map faster. And those are our 5 characters. That's what we are currently looking at. I thought I added a bio to this. That's weird. There we go. This is cool, man. I'm gonna head off to grab dinner. Might tune in again tomorrow. Well, thank you. Did you do undergrad at MIT? No, I did my undergrad at Stanford. I think this is pretty much set. I think we will implement this tomorrow. And we'll go from there. Obviously, I haven't implemented neutrals yet. Neutral creeps. I don't think that'll be too hard. I have to implement leveling. I think if we clean up the code, 1,000, maybe 1,200 lines for the whole project is reasonable. Yeah. That's pretty good. Okay. It's getting late here, 7:30. I'm going to head off, grab dinner. I'll be on, 11 or noonish, thereabouts, Pacific, tomorrow. After finals next week, I'm going to try to make myself useful on something. Hey, awesome. Glad to have the contributions. Lots of open source dev around. Oh, our carb sweep kept running, and it didn't find anything better than this solution, it looks like, but it did find some pretty nice ones. That's interesting. It looks like there are a bunch of blocks of, like, equal policies, which is funny to see. Okay. So yeah, 11 or 12 tomorrow, we'll be back in on this. And if you haven't already, give the repo a star. It's all I ask. Helps me out a whole ton. Really helps me to, like, get this stuff out there. All my stuff is on Twitter, which is also jsuarez5341. It's all science. It's not like a bunch of other random stuff, unless I'm feeling memey. But pretty much just this. And other than that, thank you everyone, and I will see you tomorrow.